What is happening, you guys, and welcome to another episode of the Finn's Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan, and tonight on the tailgate party that never stops, we have a special guest, and everybody chatted with him backstage. We have some things in common. Maybe we'll get into that. We're going to talk about all the great stuff, and, well, I'm not going to keep it a secret. The names are in the description. Danny Johnson, CEO of The Positive Porpoise, or T.P.P, coming on here. Guys, make sure before we get it going, hit that like button. Smash it, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for hopping in here, hopping in early. Jimmy James, Ian Baller, Most, Bill, Q, California, MCJB, Ali, John, Josh, California, EM. So, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. Make sure you're subscribing to the channel, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter. Come over to YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, hit the like button. And without any further ado, I will reveal the man, the myth, the legend, Danny Johnson. What's up, buddy?
How are you, brother? Thanks for having me on, man. Good to be here.
Man, I'm happy to get you on here. It's been a long time coming. I've reached out to you a couple times, through social media. We've been in correlation. I've been trying to find that perfect sweet moment to get you in here. I wanted to have a nice audience for T.P.P to hopefully people that don't know T.P.P to find the organization, because from when I first found you guys and the whole message behind everything, very on the nose of where I think the fan base really needed at the time and from now on. And I think in some ways we've seen the fruits of T.P.P labor, for lack of a better term. I can find in the community more of what your ideology is and the fellowship, the brethren of the Positive Porpoise. So, and with that, I'll ask my first question. How'd you come up with this idea? How did the Positive Porpoise come into existence?
Well, actually, back in 2017, a Facebook buddy of mine that I'd never met had a Facebook page, and he was trying to get just a cool new vibe going and whatever. And during the thing, I had like a monthly thing where I would watch members of the group and whatever, and whoever was putting that vibe out there, I just created this monthly thing called the Positive Porpoise. Well, the page kind of dwindled off a little bit, and I, politics and things just pushed me away from social media for a while. And the name, Positive Porpoise, January 19th, 2019, it was my mother's birthday, and she'd been gone for 4 years at the time. And my wife noticed me kind of just moping around. Long story short, she goes, well, why don't you just start a group and call it the Positive Porpoise? So I got to credit my wife. So about 4 of the guys.
She just really just put it into motion.
And about 4 of the guys that were in the old group, I hit them up and I said, hey, I'm going to throw this vibe out there, and we're going to keep it private because we know how fans can be. And, it's private for a reason. There's certain words you don't go into the grocery store and just yell out loud. So don't come in a group when we're trying to really do something productive. And the we'll get into the charity part, but that wasn't even about, it was literally about just a good vibe, positivity, conversation without, oh, you're an idiot just because you don't agree with me.
Or you don't know football. That's the
Right.
worst one. I
Exactly.
hate
So,
that one.
I'm 57. I've seen enough of that. So and so I, jumped in with it and we rolled, and it evolved into what it is here almost 3.5 years later.
Yeah, I can kind of remember the time of it coming out, listening to the podcast, and the message you guys said in the early episodes of what it was. And it was on the cusp of probably the worst political COVID, all this stuff. It seemed everyone at each other's throat. And I want to say I recall the message. I want to say it was you that said it. I can't remember. Maybe someone else said it, but it was about there's already enough tearing this fan base apart with the football play and now the politics. This place was going to be a spot where all that got left aside,
Right.
and not that you couldn't disagree, but that it was going to be a productive conversation of, just love in a lot of ways.
No, it really was, and there've been some admin come and go along the way, but all of them had a part of building what we had here. Some didn't have time to continue with family and things like that, but yeah, it was literally about creating a place to where we can all be fans. Everybody's opinion matters. You don't have to, and I think a lot of people are afraid to speak up in certain circles. Oh, they won't respect my opinion. I've seen this before. Well, that doesn't happen with us, man. And we're solid now, and the support we get actually from the Miami Dolphins now through what we do. When they found us, everything just really blew up. So
yeah,
still private, 3,500 members plus instead of just the 5 guys and burgers and fries, so to speak. It's came a long way. Very blessed that we did this.
and taking it to the step you guys have now, where you guys, with the charity stuff. Now, I was a part of Fin Fans. I actually got a hat right here signed by Mercury Morris.
There you go.
It was the Fin Fans, for people that don't know, in certain areas you get lucky or find a Fin Fan chapter and someone runs it, and the Dolphins end up correlating and they help with charitable stuff and they do raffles and things. But it's almost like T.P.P. became like the digital form in a positive thing for how you guys started then giving to charity. And with that, like, the DCC is what I'm getting at. You guys have been really active in that. NorCal was on the team. I had NorCal come on. Yep. Dolphins Fan of the Year, Dolph Freaky. Talk a little bit about how that became, where this idea of just being a cool, non-pressured place moved into something really bigger.
Well, we'd started, it all started a couple of years ago when we figured out, we could do a little bit of something with our fandom. And memorabilia seemed like the place to go. Find the fan in Montana that don't have a NFL shop anywhere near, and they've got a shot at a Bob Greasy jersey. It sort of that, and we found a Chattanooga Autism Center. So autism, we just came through that month. We've worked with the Dan Marino Foundation for 3 years, but the Chattanooga Autism Center here, Dave Buck, the director there, that's where it all started. And it was just a $500 check, and I say that lightly because I still get excited about a $500 check. So, but $210,000 in now, in 2.5 years. In October of 2020, Stephen Ross and the Miami Dolphins did a food drive, if you'll remember, during the COVID.
I do.
And we raised $4,000.
Wow.
We also at the time did a joint venture with the Charlotte Dolphin Club. Shout out to Donna Eichstedt, the president there. And Donna gets a call from the executive director of the Miami Dolphins Foundation about the $4,000 donation. And she goes, well, you've got the wrong guy. This is Danny Johnson. And here's his. So Jesse calls me up and he says, hey, he explains the whole thing. And it was kind of comical. And he went into, he says, how do you do what you do? Because he says, I was in marketing, I was roomed with Bernie Kosar at the U, and this is just amazing. And we just raised 4,000, and I said, well, that Mike Gesicki helmet you've got in the pro shop under glass for $500? He said, yeah. I said, well, I can probably get you $1,500 or $2,000 for it. And a light went off.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. I said, that's what it is. I said, fans knowing it's a win-win situation. The charity gets no matter what. And I mean, I've literally seen fans scream when they won something. And
well, coming up with $500 for the helmet, or giving $40 and getting some chances to win it, and it going to charity, everyone's a win-win in that circumstance. And parlaying it for all the great things you have with the Cancer Association and how many miles, and in 2 years, like you said, over $200,000. It's no shortage of good Dolphins fans, and they seem to have found the positive porpoise, have they not?
Right.
And it's good. And anyone watching, guys, you make sure, if you're going to get that donation stuff, to holler at Danny over here at the Positive Porpoise and stuff. And Danny, where exactly can everyone find a way to help in these?
Well, of course, we're on Facebook. That's where it all started. But we also have our website that's up and running, thepositiveporpoise.com. You can find everything on there. You mentioned earlier NorCal. Mark Angelo joined our admin team a couple of months ago after the second DCC that we did. Back to that DCC you were talking about, the first one after that food drive. We raised $50,000, and we couldn't believe that we'd done that. And so I immediately, when that one was over, I felt the pressure, knowing we were going to do this again the following year. And I thought, oh my gosh, how are you going to do that again? And we raised almost 112.
Wow.
So it's, and sooner or later, and in the 2.5 years, we joke about this among the admin, everything's transparent. That's one thing I want to get out there while we're talking about this to promote it a little, like you said. You can pick up lottery tickets, raffle tickets for whichever prizes. We have mystery boxes, things like that. But it's so transparent that we can't hide what money's taken in. And we just sent a check. We raised $6,680. We just sent a check for $6,680 to the Dan Marino Foundation.
Yep.
And Dan signs things for us. He signed 3 jerseys, a football, a few 8x10s this year. Last year, he signed some mini helmets, some really, really sweet specialty items with the Dolphins logo in autistic form with the puzzle pieces, colored puzzle pieces.
Aww.
Dan thought those were really cool. So, yeah. And I mean, we're right in this month. We rolled right into the second year with the Albert Wilson Foundation for kids, for foster kids. And I want to say, if you're a former Dolphin, you're still a Dolphin.
That's right.
Okay, these guys are our heroes no matter what, and it's all about the charity, and that's what people need to think first. We're thinking about these kids right now. So some people go, "Oh, he's not a Dolphin anymore." No, that doesn't matter. It's what we're doing is charitable, and we'll have a lot more items than just the Albert Wilson. But there is a sweet, throw a plug out there. There's a sweet full size, and it's not a replica, guys. It's an authentic. That's the first prize. Those are about 600 with nothing on them, and this one's signed. So got some cool things coming up. Also, a Merino jersey we're going to toss in. So we're doing this progressively. We're trying a few things new because we're so wore out from all the work. We did this weekly for I don't know how long, so we're doing this one with a progressive through the month, and to get through the summer. Man, all that aside, man, tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, plans get man. There's going to be so many bookings.
Yep.
The internet might go down tomorrow around 8:15.
Yep. Schedule comes out. Everyone's going to have to say where they're going to go. Hotels, all the hotel businesses are chomping at the bit. Flights are chomping at the bit. Everyone's looking to get their spot because I think the Dolphins are going to look good this year. So it's up and up. We'll get into that a little bit.
Yeah.
First of all, it's only going to get bigger now, Danny. You've already, and as this is moving for the money, as you see getting to do what you're doing at Positive Porpoise, you started a monster, a great monster, though. Am I right? I mean, look at that. It's
a blessing in disguise. There's a lot of work, man. Some people don't see the behind the scenes, the getting in touch with these charitable organizations, places. I mean, you mentioned the Dolphins, Challenge Cancer, which is, by the way, guys, the largest charitable fund in professional sports in the world. It is. But we started out with autism, and now we've got literally we've went through the Dolphins Food Relief, the Children's Home Society, the Catch 81 with OJ, his foundation for kids, which we're gonna and families, which we're gonna revisit in
For
June.
juice, man, cool.
Juice in June, man. We're gonna do Juice in June.
Juice in June, nice.
Joe DiMaggio's Children's Hospital, Solomon Kinley Foundation,
we
Operation
do.
Sacred Trust down there in Fort Lauderdale, the Albert Wilson Foundation, like I said. So there's a lot of work that goes on. It's not just we toss a post up and grab money and roll. And then the items that we pick up and that the Dolphins send us when we're blessed enough to get those boxes in
Unique.
as well. It's a ton of work. There's shout out to my whole admin team, Holly Monahan, Scott Howell from the Atlanta Dolphin Club, NorCal, of course, like we spoke already. My son Tyler, Kim Adenofi up in Connecticut, Keith Matheny with Southwest Florida down there, John O'Hanlon in Jersey, Maria Caraballo. And if I missed one name, man, I'm so sorry. It's just it's an amazing team, and it does take a village. I can't express that enough.
And it's beautiful because it seems like it's growing and the reach, and it's become probably in some ways, Dana, I don't think you knew it was going to go there, but it seems like such a big reach. You know, we do a segment on a show that's on Tuesdays with my buddy Tonk, as he's a rapper, but he's my oldest friend, known him my whole life. He and Color do a show where it's called TMI, and they do a segment called Cause for Cleats, and they always roll through all the different cause for cleats. And you know, sometimes we'll take it a step further. We try to use those things to beef up charities, drop the link and stuff. It's good. You know, when it's good that part still lives, you know, and we want it to. We want these. Not everyone can give, you know,
Right.
And when you're talking about a raffle and it's a small amount, maybe you get something out of it, but you also get something out of it anyhow. You know what I'm saying? So if it's $5,
we emphasize so much that it's not about the money, it's the participation, it's being a part of this, just everybody's input. And we do a lot of free giveaways, jerseys, mini helmets. We've got a quarterly giveaway that all you got to do is post up a picture in support of T.P.P, and boom, you're in.
That's awesome.
So a football, I think it's a football this quarter, and we're wanting to start doing that even monthly as we've grown, man. It's like you said, it is getting bigger and bigger. We want to just do more for the fans. That's one of the things one of the main focuses is bringing. There's so many fan clubs around the world. The UK, Germany, Mexico, Tokyo, even. We found Tokyo. I was like shocked. There's a Tokyo Dolphins Club. So just to bring all those together, you know, that's scheduled tomorrow night. As soon as Mark and Scott get that, they'll be working with the Dolphins to find out which one's best for Fan Club Weekend, which is where they all come from around the world. And, of course, we're looking forward to our Fan Fest 3. It'll be T.P.P's third year for an away game. We did Nashville last year, and, boy, everything was fine until game day. And then, man, did the weather and everything turn bad for us.
Yeah,
but
not the way I'm sure you hoped it.
About 450 at the hotel, and
wow.
I don't know how many showed up at the tailgate. We raised $6,000 there for the DCC that weekend. So just great stuff, man. The fans are amazing.
Awesome. That's, you know, and the shout out Dolphins fans everywhere taking part, you know, meeting everyone halfway when it goes for going big in this way and stuff. You know, Dolph Freaky's actually got something I'll be attending. I'm going to try to get her back on here beforehand at the end of the month. She's doing a beach bash over here by me, so we're going to do some stuff there. So
I know I'm heartbroken. It's the second one, and I'm not going to be able to make it because I fly out next weekend to California's SoCal picnic.
I seen that
annual, I believe.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Shout out to Jason Miller and the SoCal Fins Up SoCal Club. It was so awesome last year that I had to go this year. And then here I am booked, and I'll be coming home like Tuesday, and they're having theirs like that Saturday. I'm like, no. So it's just being a contractor. We were talking earlier. You got to get back to work. You can't just say, "Hey, I'm a Dolphins fan. I'll be working Wednesday, Thursday that week. I'll work Monday, Tuesday this week." You know, it doesn't work like that. You got to get back to it,
man. And running this late show, you know, I'm burning it at both ends. But like yourself, I'm sure you found in the beginning, you know, if you keep at it and you're true to it, wherever it'll take you will be the great place. And that's awesome. You know, I'm following.
There's never a balance, man. There's never a balance. No. It's always,
you know, it keeps you going,
Yeah.
keeps it interesting. I'm light on my feet, man. I'll figure
There
her
you
out.
go. There you
I'll
go. Love
figure
it.
her out. At least I'm not bored. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you've also, with Big E and NorCal and everybody, you guys were all at the draft and stuff, man. Tell us about going to the draft, getting to see that. That was awesome, man. I actually got some pictures of you guys from the draft. I'll pull them up here, but go ahead and
There
start. I'll
you
pull
go,
them up.
man. My NorCal, it was his first trip ever, and his fan of the year. I'm glad he got to be there night one. It's
I
amazing.
know.
I hate it for him. I was in Cleveland all 3 days in the inner circle last year, and it was just an amazing feeling because we had so many picks and the anticipation of who's next and whatever. But night one, there was nothing there for the Dolphins. They didn't even throw aqua and orange up on the screens. So night two, we were all in there, and it was a different feeling. And I told him, I said, this is different than last night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And so I'm a Georgia Bulldogs fan, man. So you know how I felt when
Oh my
102 came
goodness, you
around.
must have been just
I've already,
raging. You must have been
I have
raging.
already touched base with this young man, and he's excited to do some things with T.P.P. already, man. So I was already on the
Good deal,
so,
man. Awesome. So,
yeah.
well, real quick on a side note, Danny, as a Georgia fan, Tyndall, tell us, how great is this guy?
Dude, this kid is all around package. I think he'll become a fan favorite. I think he'll be just as popular and just as good alongside of Jerome Baker as you've seen. If you're not an SEC fan, a lot of people, Michigan, Ohio State, these other minor schools. Just a little fun, guys. No, I don't want to get anybody mad tonight. It's not.
Don't worry.
that.
You're not. This isn't the positive porpoise, man.
Hey, we dethroned Bama. How's that? I know everybody's happy about that. That's about like when whoever knocked the Patriots out finally, everybody was happy.
Giants knocking them out. Yeah.
Right. So, but this kid's the real deal. He's a torpedo. He can send the minute he sees a hole to close in on a running back coming out of the backfield, a quarterback that thinks he's got time. Guys, this kid's going to be special. I mean, really, really special.
I'm guessing this photo here is when the pick came in.
Seconds afterwards.
Is that the pick? Is it right there? Is that the photo?
Oh, that was it, man. That was
how cool is that too, on this big screen and everything?
Yeah, it was. It was nuts. Met the commish for the second year in a row. Got to talk to him last year in Cleveland a little bit about T.P.P. So he was excited. NorCal had already talked to him on Thursday night about where we're going with T.P.P. So when I ran into him then Friday, he took a couple of seconds, man. It was good. It's just amazing to see where this is. I mean, I tell people, and Keith, my buddy Matheny, he's been with me the longest. Pinch me. Please pinch me, man. There's no way this is really happening, all this, because it evolved. It's still evolving, and it's just a sweet thing. I mean, doing good things and helping these organizations raise money where they wouldn't have it. I mean, if we're not doing it, who is, right?
That's right. It's almost like the perfect marriage of the timing of what you wanted to do, them probably knowing something like that was needed. It was all timing, but sincerity and follow through. And the work, I'm sure it's just overwhelming, man. Because again, I know how hard this is. I couldn't imagine all the work you guys have to do, but you got a great team, and that's what it's all about. I got a couple of team members too. It's you share it together, and again, it's amazing how fulfilling it is. It's not fame, it's not money, it's not glory. It's the right thing to do for the team in a right way. It's fulfilling in a different way. You know what I'm saying? And I know you know what's talking about. When do you think you'll get that fan of the year consideration?
Oh, man,
Danny? It's gotta
you're
be
gonna be
your
worse
day,
than Mark and everybody, man.
It is your time, Danny. And I told Mark and Big E, what is going on here? How do we pump Danny into that fan of the year?
Man, listen. That is a special award, but there's so many people that are deserving that have popped this out for so many years. Chris Barker is one of the names that comes to mind immediately. I think Chris and Carol should go in as a package deal. Allie, man, Dolph Freaky, man. Allie, she's just started up her charity organization, Papa Pump. I mean, I can keep this list going, man. I'm a small fish in a large pond. It's not about that for me. All these other guys I just mentioned, they'll tell you that. It's flattering to be even mentioned in that. Mark was way long overdue. The things he's been doing for the last 14 years for the Dolphins and
He's
for
been killing
charity,
it.
there's no other person like him. You know, one of my best friends in the whole world, Dolphins aside, and can't wait to see him again next weekend. So, but no, this fan of the year thing, man, it gets to be a burden. It can be a distraction. I can't even look at something like that.
Big there's not a campaign that can go for it, but don't worry. I'm pretty sure the rest of us are campaigning for you. So in one way or another, it's good to see the stable is full of such great people that are deserving of it.
All those people I named, man, great friends and just doing great things in their own way as well. And charity as well. Chris Barker, he donated a fully signed helmet, man, from one of the our last Kansas City game. I think it was in 2017.
Wow.
Last year, and we raised $1,240 just with that helmet for the Operation Sacred Trust down there.
It's awesome.
And when in Fort Lauderdale, and what they do is they utilize money like that. Their hands are tied for certain veteran needs when a veteran doesn't qualify, and there's paperwork involved. And so this money, I was there for about 45 minutes waiting on the director who was busy, and I just watched. I'm a military guy myself, and one guy would come in needing a Uber to a doctor's visit across town. Boom, they called it up. That's what this money would help do.
Wow. So money, that's some of the most inconvenience things, like something so simple to that. And being that tight, needing the help probably the most, could derail not making that doctor's visit, obviously how the importance it is. That's great. That's a good charity right there.
So, and then of course the Dan Marino Foundation, eye-opening, man. If people really don't know what's going on there, it's a campus for it's an adult college, gets people ready for the workforce that have autistic tendencies. There's so many different types as well. We met a few of the directors when we were there. If you ever have a chance, go by there, knock on their door, and go check it out. It is amazing.
On that show TMI, we've actually had that brought up and did a little thing on there. We'll mention it again with so many shows, and as the show grows, new fans. So we'll be sure to introduce and reintroduce. It's such a good thing. Again, try to put the energy in a positive way in those places and stuff.
Right.
I also seen you got to run into Big O out there and stuff. That was pretty cool. That's awesome. Big O, the man.
Did. We went out and hung out with him night one for a bit and listened to the show there. Cool. Without a draft pick, it's just a different feeling, I mean, I wonder how many people actually didn't even watch the first night. And I'll tell you what the sad thing is that I've noticed the last couple of years, and I've been privileged to be at the draft. Man, the kids aren't coming anymore. There's nobody walking up on stage to get a jersey and hug the commish. I mean, those days are kind of over.
Yeah, they're doing it at home with their family and stuff a lot too. Yeah.
The one kid that one of the guys the Jets got in the first round, he showed up day 2. I thought that was really cool. Jets or not, put all that aside. But he came up, got his hat, came out on stage, and then the whole camera crew followed him down to the Jets section where he went out and hugged up on all the fans, man. And I didn't want to bust the bubble and tell him that was going to be the highlight of his career if he stayed in New York. But,
let him know, especially because, you lose half your money when you sign with him, too.
Right,
The kid Sauce Gardner, he got like $33.5 million contract. And when after the taxes, it was like 17.6. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's
Sonny Michel's glad to be home. I'll tell you that. He's from Orlando. He's glad to be home.
Oh, yeah. That's one of my questions. What do you think of the Sony Michel signing?
I'm a dog. You know that. I mean, he's got 2 rings, guys. The pedigree's there.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I've saw a little bit of social media today after work with people worried about or saying Gaskin's gone, Ahmed's gone. Guys, if you'll have watched McDaniel's offense, he needs 5 running backs. He needs 4 or 5. He has depth at that for a reason, because if one or 2 go down, his offense doesn't work. And so really keep that in mind. We're probably not going to roll with 4 tight ends. There's going to be some differences. I do think he'll end up going with 3 quarterbacks, just not to end up without. And he wanted that mobile kid from
So
K-State.
you think that on the 53-man roster cut, they might keep a third quarterback on the roster?
We've always did it except under flow. Let's remember that. I mean, it's a thing about football. You go down, you can go down both quarterbacks, and all of a sudden you've got a wide receiver playing quarterback real quick if you're not careful. Can happen really fast.
So what do you think of our free agent signings? Obviously, Tyreek Hill, knock out of the park. Teron Armstead, amazing. Keeping Ogba, which kind of gets forgotten about with the big signings, but super important to the team. But what do you think so far about the currently constructed team?
Even the restructure to make sure X is happy once again. So far, an A. It gets an A+ if we get Treader.
Mm-hmm.
That center or a special piece on the right side that's trained for the right side, not going into the season hoping that a left tackle or a left guard can transition or those are different things, man. I mean, you're asking somebody's brain to shift and think opposite. Legs to move. So there's guys that have played this since they're 6 years old. Let's go find one.
It's a reoccurring topic here on the Fins Tailgate about Treader and his availability and Dolphins getting from what I can gather for the rumors and sources, he wants a multi-year deal. It's a little bit more. There's some scar tissue on the knee and ankle issues that people are worried about. I don't know. Maybe there's also something about there's so many young guys already invested on here now, unless they're gonna say Eichenberg and even Kinley for that matter. There's a lot of invested.
I think Kinley's going to come back. I think Kinley I think there were other reasons for his benching. I spoke with his agent last year. We did a charity in the preseason. So, and that's where he went from starter at the end of 2020 to third string, and we were all in the fan base. I know I was like, whoa, wait, how did this happen? Well, it all started with he didn't want the COVID shot or hadn't got the COVID shot, so that moved him immediately down the roster. Now, when all that moved back in, now I don't know what kept him second string, coming in on extra points, and that was about it. But I think he's a brawler, and looking there's so many things. It's practically came out that it's about known now that Tua was not Coach Flo's quarterback. I mean, that's about a given now.
Yeah, so that's pretty much that's all but confirmed on the two people saying it aloud, but everyone, it's a common knowledge at this point.
So if you take all of that into consideration, and you maybe want this kid not to succeed, you'd take a brawler like Kinley out of the game that might help it. I'm an older guy here, been a fan for 53 years. So I've seen a lot, and I've seen players lay down. I saw Jay Cutler in a playoff game when it mattered. I saw him just go over to the sideline and sit down.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's never say never. And there's been so much, man. You go back to the Martin and Incognito, man. We've been through some stuff in the last 10 years, man, that just makes things when they look like they're going well fall apart. And my whole admin team will tell you that back during Thanksgiving, I noticed some things were wrong. I did some traveling, and I said, this isn't the same flow. Something's wrong. There's no fire. You don't see him getting mad, running out halfway on the field during some – we had some bad calls. But he wasn't there for some reason, and I said,
and the timeout misuse came out of nowhere too.
If we don't win out, he's gone. Oh no, you're no way. They won't fire him. No. 2 winning seasons. Well, I said, but it's still a losing record. It's still 24-25 and no playoffs. So I'm on my plane to Atlanta at 7 a.m. I land in Atlanta at 9, and there's about 5 or 6 Dolphin fans. Their phones start blowing up the minute we land, and then I just hear cussing and all this. And I look down at my phone. And I said, "Oh no!" But my admin team was already eating crow, going, "Coach was right. He said it." A couple of them called me coach. So, it's it's about what you've done for me lately. And Stephen Ross expected to be in the playoffs in year 3, hands down. That's all it
Yeah.
was. In year 3, we had to be in the playoffs,
And they
and we
had
weren't.
to zig and zag, and I think also something that we talk about it here on the show. There was obviously some back office politics being played,
Oh,
and
majorly, yeah.
from reports, Flores lost his cool, and when losing, he was losing the political battle already, and losing his cool was probably just the symptom of a poor sport in some instances, or lost. It was
Right.
just the head of it. Uh, where it goes from here on out as the legal stuff, I hope that comes to an end. I myself have been very critical of Stephen Ross for not so much of what he's done for the organization, because he's done a lot of good, especially bringing the older players back in, which if
Mm-hmm.
you remember when he first got hired, a lot of the older players weren't involved with the Dolphins. There was a bad
Right.
blood in there. He fixed all that. But the criticalness is the scandals, the the coaching hires, and it seems like there's always some political battle that happens in the background and
Yep.
stuff. But
Yep.
for better or for worse, it was nipped in the butt early, and they've pivoted pretty good to fixing this problem. Questions on Mike McDaniel, first time head coach, but giving him all the tools, and the most important thing at this point, because they didn't go with Deshaun Watson, which seemed like was all about to happen, and when that didn't, they made sure to, at the end of this year, we'll have answers on the most important thing, the quarterback. Is this where the franchise continues or not? And I'm a big fan of Chris Greer personally, because I think he's given us the perfect situation for where we are, in some ways a bad situation, because we'd rather know what Tua is. But if we find out, for better or for worse, whatever, there's a contingency plan with the picks and the cap and things like that. I'll let you comment on that.
No, you're exactly right. The fact that we got out of that draft without losing either of those first round picks next year is so invaluable that you can't imagine. Um, if they don't deal any of them to make one more major move somewhere, we're set should Tua fail. And by failing, it could be as good as having an injury in week 3, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real here. You can have so much talent, but if you can't stay on the field, that's not going to matter. It's really
Availability, the best
not.
ability.
And man, I like the Bridgewater signing, man. I like Teddy as the backup in there. Very experienced, very capable, um, um, more mobile than a Matt Moore. Hello. So if you think there's a guy that can come in and change your game. Plus, when a guy like Teddy's back there, and you do have to have somebody come in, the game shifts. Remember, Tua's a lefty.
Yeah,
The whole
it gives
game
a little
immediately
wrinkle.
shifts and makes a defense not know what to do with you. They may want your quarterback to go down, but they might not be happy when they get the end result and the other guy comes in. But to see this roster, and you were talking about free agency, Tyreek Hill was on paper worth everything we gave.
Oh yeah,
If he
I don't
brings
feel ripped off.
no, not at all. We had already won the draft.
Yep.
That's the thing. We had already won the draft because that's your draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody out there says there's somebody else out there they would have took over Tyreek Hill, then tell me who.
I don't know.
There's nobody in this draft I would have took over Tyreek Hill. Nobody, not even Jordan Davis.
No,
which,
and I know you're a Georgia fan. He went high up that board, way higher.
Well,
than I
I
thought
expected him to go higher, but I actually have my doubts about him in the pros.
That's what I'm saying. To me, he's still. I don't see taking a defensive tackle has got to be a 3-down defensive tackle, and he hasn't shown that on paper.
No, he can't. There's no stamina there. I see. There's a lot of. Georgia had depth, man. Georgia had depth like no NFL team had any depth like Georgia or Alabama or these schools. They can put they can field 2 teams in the SEC. They really can easily. So. That's why you see you're like, wait a minute, didn't I just see that play? Another 2 guys with the same number.
Yes, they have to. They have
like
to.
113 players. And now with the money into college, man, they're just buying them out. I think Alabama just bought this kid that was going to go to Louisville, bought the kid for like $150K.
Yeah, there's a whole thing going on with that too. I mean, listen, I like it and I don't like it. There's got to
Right,
be
right.
some regulation to it. And then there's something getting lost in all of this is the fact that we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old kids with lots of money. It brings in the bad part too. Something to hopefully they'll get a lid on it and have some form of regulation. I'm happy that they're getting money and I'm happy that
Right.
it's gonna happen, especially for like the kid that's second string and he's in there and he wins a game with a pick six. He might be able to capitalize on that and make life-changing money, or at least change enough life-changing money to put himself in a situation to
Pay
parlay
for
it.
the
And
rest of his education.
that's what I'm thinking, something
Yeah,
great
pay for
like
the
that.
rest of that education.
That 1 week, that pick six changes your whole existence. You could have capitalized, and that's American right there. Capitalize. Let's get real. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
Now the defense well intact. Mike McDaniel questions, but I like what you said about the running game because there's a lot of people when you look at this wide receiver room, it's just chock full of talent. When you're looking at guys that like even like the guy Craycraft, who's
Mm.
bottom of the roster in that way, he could still find a way to on this roster, and it would mean, wow, look who he's beaten out to be on this team.
Right, right, right.
And the Sony Michel, to me, he's well, there's two things. One, I'm hearing Raheem Mostert might be a little bit banged up. They might just put him on the PUP or something and just have him deactivated to midseason, which would be pretty smart.
Yeah, that's like a Devontae Parker signing right there.
Yeah,
His fingernail gets. Mostert's never played a full season. I mean,
he hasn't.
say you got to put it how it is. The connections there with Coach, of course, because of San Francisco, but yeah,
Yeah, maybe it's just smarter just to deactivate him till the middle of the season, and then you have these other guys. But even if
right.
no matter what, the ideology is completely different in free agency, or even how the team's being built. In the Flores era, we'll say it seemed like they were trying to, or at least Flores wanted to find young talent that had a high upside. And right now it seems like they're trying to raise their floor. You know what I'm
Yep,
saying? Bringing in a guy
yep.
like Sony Michel to battle it out. If he's the third running back on the roster, that is a great place to be. When your backups are starters on other teams, somewhere we haven't been
These
forever.
running backs. Imagine being one of these running backs, and you've got to look over your shoulder and go, "That's Sony Michel."
Yeah, exactly.
I don't. They know who he is. Trust
Oh
me,
yeah,
they all know who this. And he's 27. It's
yeah,
not
he's not,
like he's ancient. This is, that's
and he's a Florida boy, so
yes. He
he gonna
came
fight
home. That's
extra
what a
for the
lot of
home
people.
team.
He went to Georgia, and then got drafted by the Patriots. Oh boy, that one hurt. And went straight to the Super Bowl. Got a ring. Straight to
Yeah,
the Super Bowl.
doesn't
Got a
hurt
ring.
that much, I'm sure, when you get a Super Bowl.
And then gets traded last year out to the Rams and goes to the Super Bowl and gets another ring. Yeah, these are the pedigrees you want to come in. Tyreek Hill, he's got a ring. Guys, you build because that's the way they think. They come into the game in certain situations. They're the ones that'll go back there and pop two on the side of the helmet and go, "We got this, man. Let's go."
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Relief of
Yeah,
pressure.
guys, and I'm going to tell you, I've already seen more fire and leadership out of Tua last year when needed, even through the hardships, knowing that he wasn't being supported by his coach, than I saw in Tannehill. Tannehill couldn't do, and I was a Tannehill homer. I'm gonna be one. I got to admit it. I was a Tannehill homer. I thought he could get it done, but there wasn't any fire with Ryan up here. Tua, I've already seen him upset during a game and fired up for his other players too, and that's all a part of it, man. That's chemistry and knowing that your guy is going to be there for you, and
Yeah,
they're getting
that's
that together. They really are. We're going to score, guys. That's the thing. We're going to score.
yes, and a balanced running attack.
Yeah,
That was something we didn't lean on, and I think people keep forgetting. They think Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and granted, we're gonna see a passing attack hopefully like we've never seen before, at least in the modern era of football.
Well, Coach McDaniel's offense is built fast, and that's why when people start talking about, "Oh, Tua don't have any time, he's not even going to have 2 seconds," that's all he needs.
Yep, 2.5
because he's
seconds.
going to be hitting Waddle in stride. He's going to be hitting Tyreek in stride. When they're doubled or whatever, there's Mike Gesicki with one hand up. He's always got one hand up. Cedric Wilson, I'm excited to see this kid as well. You got Bowden Jr. back in there at 100%. And Preston Williams, man, it's stacked. It really is. And when people say, oh, but the right side of the line, well, they're working on that. As soon as preseason gets rolling, there's going to be cuts. And I would think that they would look at that as well. Find somebody maybe that didn't work.
Dolphins are hanging on to some money too. They got like 18 million left. They can do. I mean,
I think that's what's blowing everybody's mind as well. So
that with the Treader signing, you're implying, I'm guessing, that they wouldn't go spend that money. I think they're being smart, and I say this about big time Chris Greer fan, me, because to me, even though things happened out of control with the coaching and the quarterback last year, or whatever. Chris Greer has ripped this team down to the studs and has given us a real plan, a real future in some ways of where at least it looks like something. It's not every year let's retool and borrow from our future and restructure contracts to keep guys, and just it's rob Peter to pay Paul, and he basically fixed all of that nonsense. And so now granted, we're into the money on a lot of these contracts we just signed, but this is with all the young talent, with the draft picks coming. Right now is the year to find out about the quarterback or move off of him for either A, a veteran quarterback, B, draft a new quarterback. All the options. Again, Chris Greer has made all these options possible for us, and we don't know what the quarterback market will look like. Tom Brady will be a free agent. There's a lot of talk about, I personally don't want Tom Brady on the team. It would feel like a failure in some ways.
I don't think it's even a necessity.
I don't want it. I don't want it. It feels like admitting a loss or something. I just don't like it.
Imagine you're Bob Greasy having to decide whether you want to let him wear number 12.
Yeah, exactly. See, all this
because that's his logo. That's TB12. Tom's not going to wear a different number.
He's going to wear 12 if he came here. And now we got to have that conversation. We got to everything. Lamar Jackson's another one they talk about. Again, options will be taken, but you got to go full in on Tua at this point. The team has, now I understand and we talked about this backstage, the divide amongst the fan base. And that's okay. People don't have to believe, and they can be critical. There is a trolling and a poking of fun, and some people take it too far. There's also an over defensiveness that take it too far. And I think that's just us Dolphins fans being in the doghouse, having our hearts broke again and again and again. These scars run deep for us Dolphins fans. But, try to just relax, little people. Don't eat your own. I say this, it's something we found out recently. Dolphins don't eat each other. They'll eat everything else in the sea, but they don't eat their own. So don't eat your own. Be like the Dolphins, guys.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So speaking of divided fan base, and I talked to you about it. Did you see the throw from Tua?
Yeah.
You saw the throw? I'm going to pull it up. We're going to watch it here real quick.
Okay.
We're going to watch the throw. This throw is, as I've coined, Throwgate. And
that's a good call. I like that.
It is Throwgate. Tua comes out, takes a step in, boom, fires it downfield. And then the item in question is right here. Tyreek Hill had to turn back, stop back, and go back for the ball ever so slightly.
Isn't that Tyreek's signature move? I mean, look at all the passes from Mahomes. There weren't many of them in stride. It was usually Tyreek and Patrick both scrambling, but, hey. It's almost like the reporter picked this one, And like
the guy that does the does the camera. It's almost like this was his favorite one,
And you've heard the rumors this was the best of all of. I think it might have been one of the worst of all of them. I mean, he's just airing it out long,
It might be the best one the yard marker got.
Yeah, where was the yard marker? What was the distance on that? I saw him throw a 70-yarder a couple of weeks ago, pretty tight.
Well, Tuanon released a video saying that the air yards travel were 87.3 air yards travel. That was Tuanon, the guy with the mask. No one knows who he is.
Right.
Saying, yeah, it was funny on Twitter. And it's a big topic of discussion. Shows how just downright bored we all are.
I was going
Again,
to say, when there's nothing to talk about, it's like, see, you were talking about the Tom Brady discussion about people thinking he should or may come to the. We shut down that Deshaun Watson talk at T.P.P. I don't know if you remembered that, but we shut it down way back when last season. We wouldn't even let anybody. The minute a post come in, we deleted it. It was gone.
Oh well,
look,
we fomented he's a
Cleveland
the heck
Brown.
Out of it.
You see, so we weren't allowing that. Now I've always said when it happens, it happens. Then boom, it's official. But these rumor mills, man, all you're doing is
Danny. I won't fib you here. We fomented the heck out of it, bro. We had its time of our life. I was bringing in videos. Oh man, we were just because get Deshaun, fine. Don't get Deshaun, we're nothing different. But we had a great time with it.
With a show and with something like you do nightly, man. Of course, you got to. with us and what we're doing, it can get annoying because people just can't stay civil with.
Well, your platform isn't about coming and hashing out fighting. You're talking, you guys have business to attend to, you know.
But like tonight, if somebody comes, we duke it out. This is where So, but it did get old, and it was bad for the fan base to really go at each other, pro or con. Of course the advantages are there. My thoughts more than ever are how's his psyche now through all this and a year out of play.
It does say something about his character to withstand it, but
how is he now afterwards on the field? Will he still, the last I saw was 4-12. Let's just keep it real. The last I saw of an active Deshaun Watson was a 4-12 record.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, there is, and there is deference on Deshaun with that team. And listen,
but why do they say at that point Deshaun didn't have an O-line, but when we talk about it, nobody wants to give Tua a break?
Oh no, there's definitely that divide. No one wants to give it
because when he went 4-12, that's what it was. Because just the year before, man, they blew the huge lead in Kansas City, or they probably were in the Super Bowl.
I think where Tua gets his criticism. Well, where I place my, I don't want to say disbelief in Tua, but where I hold reservations is the injuries.
Yes,
the injuries
that's
through high school,
question.
College, and in the pros. And then really it came down for that Titans game. It was the moment, it was his time, and it fell short. And it really just was a terrible, terrible showing of him. And the week before wasn't that great either. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So, but
our defense did bail us out in a few of those games during that stretch. And even in New England, if they don't bail us, we start 0-8 and not 1-7.
But and again, it's both sides. It's excuses or it's just observation, and it's somewhere in the middle. He fell short of expectations by anyone's standard. I think everyone can agree, but so did the other things. And the team, though, that's the thing. The moving on to Deshaun Watson opened the door for what it is to come. But I don't see how it's changed. And actually, it was Dan Orlovsky released a thing of his top 5 quarterbacks with the most pressure. Dak Prescott was number 1. Number 2 was Aaron Rodgers, which is I get it because Aaron Rodgers' clock is ticking. And then right after those two guys was Tua. And it makes sense because the pressure hasn't changed. It's the same stakes. Your job is really on the line. And now, although it might not be Teddy Two Gloves in there, pushing him for his job, maybe he is, but he knows for a fact that the Dolphins aren't married to him in any which way with the picks and willing to move off. But they've also shown faith in him by going all in with the weapons, the line, bringing in the coaching staff. A lot of these coaches have offensive line experience. Embry, the guy from Boston College, all this zone blocking scheme, how they're going to do it. It's going to be better if, and I say this a lot on this show, where the shortcomings of this team, everyone's going to know whose fault it is in more ways than one. Like, you're going to know, all right, the quarterback fell short. We need to do something about that. The O-line was just a terrible problem. We need a linebacker or something, whatever it is. It's going to be very easy because there's a lot of continuity on defense and the holes to fill up with the talent bought on offense. The problem areas, the question mark areas, are going to show us if they need to be replaced.
All right. Well, the thing with Tua, they've given him weapons like never before. I mean, that goes without saying. It is like we were talking earlier. It's a make or break year, sadly, just because of what's happened the last 2 years with injury, coming into the NFL on an injury. Agents and everybody wanting him to hold out that whole season, if you'll recall, and just sit and watch and learn behind Fitz. And then he goes into this season knowing somewhere down the line that he doesn't have the support of his coach. Now, my defense of this young kid is I saw a lot of people go, oh, it's Waddle and nothing afterwards. I think he utilized Waddle to keep his stats and make sure that he didn't look bad, and got Waddle a record in the process. The thing you've also got to realize is Waddle made sure he was open.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and now you've got two Waddles. You've got a guy like Tyreek Hill over there. Cedric Wilson's the same type.
Mm-hmm. Chase Edmonds too. He's got that burst.
Man, that's what guys. If you're not excited, man, then check your pulse. There's something wrong here.
Yeah, there's a lot to be optimistic about.
And the smartest move that Coach McDaniel did when he took over was keep the defense.
Yeah,
smartest thing he's did. His best offensive move was keep that defense. We were in the top 5 scoring defense again last year.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And honestly, with a better offense to balance that defense, we'd have been number 1.
Yeah, we really would have. And I'm just waiting for that heat to be our advantage down there. We always wait till we see somebody burn out in the fourth quarter or something. I'm waiting till some of those home games get to the other team. Jimmy Johnson. A lot of people don't realize that when that stadium was built, right? Mm-hmm. They turned it so that the opponent's sideline would be in the sunlight.
That's right. Yeah.
And
people who go to the game, everyone can see come 3:30. It's just you're in the shade on the Dolphin side, and it is beaming right in their face.
Oh, right there. I'm in section 130, row 8, and I've minor scorchers. I'm going to move them as time goes on, but those are too sweet of seats to move right now. I'll battle the sun with the cheetah and the penguin doing us some damage this year. I'll have to. So.
It's going to look good, too. It's going to be electrifying. Their schedule coming out tomorrow. There has been some leaks and speculation, some rumors. I guess the rumor now is that the Dolphins will have 2 Monday night games.
Man.
And one of them is speculated to be against the Bills, while the other is against the Packers. Another game speculated is that they might get a Thanksgiving game.
Detroit.
With Detroit. Right. So, we would all love the primetime games. They're the eyes and everything. The Dolphins have not performed on primetime. So if we do end up by some way getting 3 primetime games with 2 Monday nights and a Thursday night, I'll feel fortunate.
We had an amazing primetime last year. We won both against the Ravens on Thursday and Monday night in New Orleans. Now
you're right about that, but I'm just saying with the record and faltering and the team as
post Marino.
Yes, it's been
post Marino.
We've been getting shafted because it seems like a lot of times we're right in that spot and then we falter, and we haven't had playoffs and stuff. But I'll feel fortunate if we get 3 primetime games and perform on them, man. We got to, man. This has got to be the year
I'm
this
hoping for
team.
back-to-backs with a prime time at least at home. That last year with Houston on Sunday and Baltimore on Thursday night was a perfect week's vacation. Spent 3 days in the Keys in between, and
Nice.
uh,
Dang, what? I got to
yeah,
take this
that's the way
time
to
off,
do it, man.
everybody. I got business to handle. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Yeah. Anybody in the chat want to ask Danny some questions? Everyone also Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, hit the like button, come over to YouTube. Make sure to check out T.P.P on Facebook. The website is it thepositiveporpoise.com?
ThePositivePorpoise.com.
Yep, go to thepositiveporpoise.com. Make sure to check out all that stuff. Get your questions in for Danny, guys. And what events of any sort does TPP have coming up? Anything set in stone that you
Well,
want to promote?
we've did 3 straight home openers. We're not sure if we're going to do it this year because we've got our butts handed to us for 3 years. We've
Yeah.
not won a home opener in a few years. So, but we have an event called Fan Fest that we do. We did 2, like we spoke earlier in Nashville. We did last year.
Mm-hmm.
We raised $6,000 for charity on Saturday night at our event. Had over 450 people at the hotel. It was just nuts. And Fan Fest 3. Tomorrow's schedule. We'll know tomorrow
You'll
night
start figuring out where it's going to be.
It'll be immediate planning. The thing is, we're a little stressed this year because it's going to be an early event. We're not going to risk having another cold weather game, and we think the fans are going to be hungry enough to want to go. So we're hoping Chicago, San Francisco, even
Pittsburgh.
Mark wants us to come to the Bay. He says, "Man, bring FanFest out here. Let's do it." So. I'm open anywhere. Travel's travel. If you get in a plane, it doesn't matter where it lands. It may be a little bit more to go to San Francisco, maybe, than it is to go to Cincinnati or Chicago. But I've heard some other fans are planning an event in Cincinnati. You never want to step on toes of somebody else. Just support everybody. You know, if they're having an event, I'll probably still go to the game and just go check out what they're doing. So, but we've got a home closer that we're planning. Fan Fest will be either it's looking like Chicago or San Francisco, and then Fan Club Weekend. Mark and Scott Howell, they'll be getting with the Dolphins and figuring out which game fits, and that's always end of October, early November is the way they try to plan it there, so that it's not as hot and not as close to Thanksgiving as well. Trying to stay away from those holidays.
Are you planning on coming down to the Dolphins game for Fan Week? I know you're a season ticket holder, but I don't think you're going to miss the Fan Week, right?
No. I'll be down there Fan Club Weekend. I don't miss that. That's been a go for me since my first one back in 2019. If you've never been and you don't know what game to choose Fan Club Weekend.
Yeah,
the tailgates are amazing. Everybody's there. I've never seen a bad time, guys. Just haven't. Our fan base just isn't like that. Everybody's family down there. I think it's got something to do with the colors. We just don't have hateful colors. So
it's too hot to have all that nonsense. Is what it is. It's too hot to have all the nonsense. There's good food kicking.
The
Dolphins
food
haven't played yet, so there's not a loss. There's only good things to come. Hopefully. So,
I don't think the Dolphins tailgates get talked about enough when I talk to other fans around the league. Kansas City supposedly got the best food going on. Man, I'm telling you, they need to check it out. Cam Wake's got a lot going on down there at East 32 every week. He's doing tailgates with Tail Greeter and everybody else down there. East 12, we've got TPP. We've usually got 6-7 spots. And about 3 of them or 4 have food going. Maria's always doing breakfast omelets. Keith, he's always got either Philly cheesesteak, something going on, and just Justin Sarles, shout out to Finsticky. He's got his grill going. And then Chucky and Stripe and everybody up at East 12. There's so much food, man. It's crazy. It's just a great time. The DJ's always thumping. There's always some cool not really great dancing. I want to say that. I want to just throw that out there. There's not really anybody going to make it on some dance show. but there's a good time.
They get
to be had
rowdy
by
there
all.
too, man. I mean, it can get elbow to elbow rowdy,
Oh yeah,
just going.
yeah.
Everybody's dancing, the whole thing's going. Tons of food. When I went to the Jets game, you have to let me know if anyone needs a smoker. I got a guy who makes custom smokers. I had him make me a Dolphins custom smoker. We did a pork butt, hot dogs, hamburger, and just gave
Right,
stuff
right,
away,
right.
man. Just gave it away. Anyone who's hungry, come get some. And you can find that too. When I thought about doing it, I was like, yeah, man, we'll just give a bunch of food away. Everybody was giving food away. I didn't come up with some great idea. Everyone brought extra food to cook and give away to their Dolphins brethren. And it was just an amazing thing and great time. Everyone's inviting and, willing to say hi. It's a lot of hugs, handshakes, and free beer.
The
And some
game
free food.
becomes secondary, man. It's a game's just a game until it's more than a game, and with the the fan experience is second to none. So don't just go to the game. Come and check it out and mingle with the fans, meet some people. There's a lot going on around the fan base.
That ain't no lie. And that's what I've been going to the games my whole life and, all kinds of rowdiness, having fun, getting crazy. But when I made this show and the idea, I was like, I'm going to have the tailgate party digitally and try to get it across. There's some beers, there's some kids with no shoes on throwing football in the background, some good food, some laughs. Everyone can say what they want as long as there's no hate type of stuff and
Right.
crossing those kind of lines. Other than that, there's no wrong or right or bad opinions about the Dolphins. Now, there is just irritatingly beating it to the dead horse, but as long as we're having some laughs and a good time, this is what I wanted to make in an atmosphere, trying to capture that from the parking lot, put it onto here, and hopefully everyone's picking up what I'm putting down in some ways. But I want to try to make it a regular thing to get to the games. I'm not a guy to afford season tickets. Plus, I can't just buy it for me. I got to buy it for me, my lady, my kids. But I will always make a game or two a year, try to host and come there, be a part of all that. Big E, T.P.P, everybody, all up and down, Dolphins talk, all of them are so willing to just want you to come there, say hi,
Yeah.
be a part of
It
it.
really is, man. It's like it's family, no doubt.
It really is, man. It's great. Not everyone could sit and do this, but there's open lines of communications for all of us. And for someone like Danny who's super super busy with all the things you got going on, you always still try to make as much of an effort as you can to, someone's coming there to meet you. You're like, yes, I will say hi, can I have a beer? It's a beautiful thing. It's a giving thing. And you want people to feel not just welcomed, but have their own ownership of what this is. I think that kind of, it was lost there a little bit where the Dolphins got off track and there was, I don't want to say fighting, but it just seemed like there was just people going. We just went to the game. There wasn't this tailgating. It's changed now, and I felt it as it's come around. Since the roof's been on, we've blown the roof off in some ways. It's really been great. It really has.
Yeah.
So I've got a couple of news articles and stuff like that and all kinds of videos, but I'm going to just drop the link, see if anybody wants to come on and hang out with us. I'm calling an audible. We're going to drop in, see if a couple guys want to say hi to Danny. I know you can't stay for forever. So you just
4 a.m. comes early, old Army guy. And
don't be drawing, don't be, pulling him to the ground, you guys. Danny's a busy man, contractor, T.P.P CEO, holding it down.
Living the dream.
Yeah, living the dream. Yep.
But now you were asking, we started to get into it, and you said save it for the show. You're asking how long I'd been a fan.
Oh, yes.
So I'll throw that in here while we're holding on. I was 4 years old knowingly in 1969. We still lived in North Carolina at the time. Mm-hmm. My granddad was a Jets fan, and rest his soul. And we're listening to a broadcast, and remember, 69 was Jets and Mets. So they did win the Super Bowl that year, and it was a 34-31 Jets win. I think Namath went 3-1, but Greasy went 4-1, man. And I was hooked. I was a Dolphins fan right then and there, and followed them on. Ended up moving to Georgia, and oddly enough, my elementary school is the Fairview Dolphins. So that sort of helped into it. First grade, we lose to Dallas. Second grade, we're undefeated. Third grade, I'm walking in. I'm in school like this, back then. So I hate it for the younger fans that just don't know what it's like, because man, we were relevant every year all the way through my high school years. I graduated in '83, the year we drafted Dan, and here's a cool story I like to tell. It's very short story, but Georgia played Pitt that year in the Sugar Bowl, and we were about to win that game, and there's this kid named Dan Marino threw a Hail Mary and beat Georgia, and then the Dolphins drafted him. Well, the reason I bring that up is we went through 17 years of Marino, and I'm a Georgia fan. Mm-hmm. And then Georgia plays Alabama a couple of years ago in a title game, and in overtime, this kid named Tua Tagovailoa lofts one over the left side.
Yeah,
and then the Dolphins draft him, and I'm like, I'm not doing another 17 years of this. So,
no.
That's just one of the funny things right now when I think, oh gosh, not again. Because literally in a title game, like back then, the guy that broke my heart is my new quarterback on my pro team.
It's funny how that works, especially with someone like yourself so involved in it and stuff too. I mean, it's the way the world works, gonna have you eat a piece of humble pie sometimes in some ways. So we got a couple people in the back. I'm gonna bring in MCJB first. Okay. He's a fan of the show. What's up, it's MC?
Me. Hey, Mr. Danny.
What are you up to, Jordan? How are you, man? Oh, dude, we just had dinner the other night in Atlanta.
That's right. Yeah.
You doing all right?
Oh, brother, wore out and getting ready to go to Cali. You know how it is.
I hear you.
Yeah.
What y'all doing for the scheduled release party?
We're gonna go live about 7:45 tomorrow. We'll have the link up on the wall in T.P.P. on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And we're just gonna hang out, man. But everybody should know tomorrow where Fan Fest is gonna be. That's for sure. Now, I do want to say this.
Oh, you're gonna decide it tomorrow.
We'll figure out. We'll know tomorrow where Fan Fest will be.
Wow!
Awesome. Which city it'll be in. So that's gonna be exciting as soon as that schedule drops.
He's got
there you go. Love it, brother.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to get Chris a little package out there after the show.
Up.
Have him message me his address.
Yeah, I'll get you some information through Facebook.
But
for sure.
In protection of NorCal and Scott, because everybody's going to be wondering too about that fan club weekend in Miami. They literally cannot decide just on the schedule tomorrow. So give them some time. They have to get with the Dolphins, and if there's a couple of games that are in that frame, then the Dolphins. Here's another thing people have to realize: for Fan Club Weekend, the Dolphins throw an entire weekend out. There's usually an entire Saturday at the stadium with all kind of stuff going on. Meaning, you've got to check the Dolphins schedule and the Canes schedule. Mm-hmm. If the Canes are at home, you're not doing anything that weekend. So they really have to have a game to where it fits that we're at home. The Dolphins can open up all the festivities to the fans because people are coming from all over the world. And this is probably going to be one of the biggest, number one, because COVID shut everything down. People from the UK, Germany haven't traveled in 2 years. A bunch of our friends over there and these other clubs, Mexico, the same. And then B, this is the most exciting thing we've had since Marino. This team right now on paper is the most exciting thing. Like I said, check your pulse. If you're not excited, then you're just
electrifying.
Wake up because we're probably only one or two pieces away from being that team.
And those pieces might even be on the team. They might even be on the team. They just yet to reveal themselves to us.
I told Jordan this when we were at dinner coming back from Vegas, and I said this to the admin team. I was in Cleveland last year. The Buffalo Bills talked crap to us the entire time at the inner circle. I mean, all 3 days. Crickets. They were right behind us this time. Crickets. They weren't saying nothing. They're watching. They know. And I'll tell people, see, I'm here in Falcons country, Jordan as well. when the Falcons blew the lead against the Patriots, and all my friends, oh man, we'll get it right next year. You go through these. I'm like, there may not be a next year. Ask Dan Marino.
Mm-hmm.
You guys may have just blew your wad. And I'm thinking that the Bills should have been in the Super Bowl once in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
They blew it. They coached wrong at the end of that Kansas City game, or they would have won it. You know, squib kick it, something. You know, make that clock run. You know, there was.
They're on. I don't want to say they're on life support. They might have bought them one more year, but their future is in jeopardy if they don't find a way to seal the deal this year or next year.
I don't see how market. That's the worst thing that they have going for them.
And it will that and their cap, they've gone up. They're gonna have to pay the piper, and they could find themselves where a lot of teams are trying to figure it out, and they've got all this. They got a talented quarterback or a talented this, and nowhere to put it. And then you start to see good players leave, coaches leave. Next thing you know, it's just a spiral of mediocrity. They really could be in some trouble. MC, you got anything? Because I'm going to bring some people up here to say hi to Danny.
I'm actually, what's it called? God dang it. Mr. Danny. What is Tyler doing Friday? Does he work or?
We're working, but we should be done fairly early on Friday. Just hit him up.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, brother.
All right, MC, I'm going to drop you in the back, buddy. I'm going to bring on a co-host host of Color Commentary, show member, Color Commentary on here. What's up, Color?
Himself.
Not much. How's it going, guys? How's it going, Danny?
How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Great, man. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
I'm sure you might, first and foremost, to recognize certain members of the community. I'm sure you noticed that hat sitting right there on top of my Jason Taylor.
I sure do.
Yeah, it might be familiar to you.
Yeah, it kind of does look a little familiar, man. How did you come about getting one of those there?
It's also I like to call that my Gadsden hat.
Makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, and that's by proxy. That was generously given to me by the guys over at Miami Sports Fanatics. Hand delivered by Batman on his way back down from Orlando, so I got a chance to meet the great Batman too.
Awesome stuff
from that network. But yeah, so and I know that particular hat was, honoring a fight for cancer. Dolphins against cancer, and my our TMI show last night. One of the cause for cleats was centered around Mike Davis, because I don't know if you heard the news about all of his cleats getting stolen.
Yeah, did you hear about that?
That were his father's, and his father battled prostate cancer, and unfortunately lost that battle. So that's actually Mike Davis's cause for cleats. So I think it's kind of nice roundabout way to remind everybody, and if that serves as a talking piece for me to spark the conversation, I certainly appreciate the work you do. And your whole group there over at the Positive Porpoise. Appreciate it. Maybe we'll call them the Palm Beach Porpoises one day,
Yeah.
Those 3 letters have had a lot of different names thrown our way over the
And that's the very first time I was basically introduced to your guys' organization. Also, I wanted to also thank you for mentioning and the work you do with with helping the Dolphins with the Marino Autism Foundation, because my last I've touched on it recently, and I did a cause for cleats where the gentleman was supporting an organization that creates a whole big place for people with that have to deal with the consequences of perceiving the world that way. And it's not limited to autism, but it's also PTSD, other disorders that cause people to perceive things differently than the way we do. And so it helps them live. It helps them actually live, grow, and interact with others in an environment that's made for them, sort of like a big accessibility option building, or something, or institution, and it also led me to remind everybody that these people that along the way, for all the operating systems we use and all that, our phones, everything, we all have these accessibility options that along the way, all these programmers that nobody knows that are part of that team and department have been slowly improving that stuff over the years behind the scenes. And half of us don't even ever have to use it. The on-screen keyboards, the magnifiers, stuff like that, and,
to go on
and they're
top,
doing a really
I
great
wanna
job.
say-
The voice synthesis, all that allows people, to interact with our world the way, people without those issues are able to
Are you
interact.
talking about that Oculus thing you were talking about? Yeah.
Well, that too. Yeah. I mean, that's,
we went into depth
and that's
on that on
the,
TMI. It was pretty
yeah, sure.
good.
That's the evolution of it all. But even if you
Right.
click on your Windows accessibility options and find out what's in there, you'd realize, wow, somebody had to think about all that along the way as operating systems improved. There's whole departments at all these companies, Google, Microsoft, and they're just devoted to that. They're like the guys in the X-Files closet. You know what I mean? Nobody ever thinks about them, but that stuff's been improving too. So I always want to recognize those people. And lastly, you get the treatment that everybody else does here from Color Commentary. I ask the pertinent questions. It's kind of baked into the name.
Mm-hmm.
Which logo, man?
I'm old school, man.
Yeah.
How old school?
Look at what our logo.
I was just getting ready to say, look at their logo.
Well, yeah, and that's a great logo. But are you old enough
offset
school to be
dolphin.
for the? Are you
offset
the offset
dolphin going through the sunburst? There you go.
Yeah. How about the offset? Is that how old you're going back? The offset dolphin?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
that's me all the way back.
Fair enough.
Nice.
Fair enough. I had to ask. The inquiring minds always want to know. You know what I mean?
Well, which logo's the winningest?
Ooh, that ain't no
Good
lie.
point.
That ain't
is
no
the
lie.
perfect logo.
I haven't seen
That's
winning
all you
football
gotta say,
since
man.
then.
I mean, we actually had, and it's funny you asked this, and so I like to tell this at the DCC end of February. Mark and Big E and myself and John O'Hanlon, we got to have a quick conversation with the CEO, and he told us that he'd been thinking about the logo. And Big E told him, said, if we win with this logo, though, we'll never get rid of it.
Never get
So,
That's how it always goes.
yeah. So it was good to chat with him, and he said that he's a fan of the old logo as well. So,
well, and you make a great point. I can never argue with people that have been there longer than me, and I've been there a long time. But that's just, man, I'm just partial. I love it so much. I think that's really the apex of that particular design.
Yeah,
John O'Hanlon, shout out to him in Jersey.
look.
That's his favorite logo, the 90s, the Jason Taylor era. Yeah, and it is a cool logo. I don't have anything against. I don't have the new logo grew on me. In the beginning, I was like, but it's grown on you. We wear it. It's what they're putting out there. It's so hard to even get older logo stuff. I think
he's
that's
right.
He's
right. This hat literally grew out of my head. He's right.
You know what, too? I think in the beginning when they changed the logo, they went all like too far on the color scheme. It like kind of got hard to look at. Remember when they did the color burst with the creamsicles? It was just too hard
I was
to
in
try.
Cincinnati for that Thursday night game.
Great game, just terrible color on that.
I could actually do the all orange if it's that orange.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I think
we're actually the only team too in our division, even if you include the Colts, when it goes back to when the Colts were in the division, that have never changed our helmets. The other teams have did solid colors, went back to white. New England's went over to silver. Buffalo's did red, blue, white. I would love to see an aqua helmet.
Aqua helmet.
These flash helmets that came out this year are just gorgeous, man.
How about a flat orange one? Not a metallic.
Yeah,
even that.
I like the Miami Vice ones they made that they.
Well, I was gonna say I like the Georgia Bulldogs blackout. I like the U's blackout, even though I'm not a U fan. But man, could you imagine a Thursday night game or a Monday night game and the Dolphins walk out in black with aqua? And don't even go there, man. It'd be.
I'm even hoping, clamoring for like all orange pants, like white jersey on all orange pants.
Well, back in the Ricky days, the orange we wore then was right. Ricky and Zach and Jason, and so that was
the early 2000s were the last.
Yeah, we did that. We did the orange top on white bottom. We've just never done orange pants with white jerseys. The closest we came was like early
Danny.
Merino,
Next time you run into
the orange stripe down the side of the white.
Next time you run into the big guys, you let them know this is.
Next time I talk to Tom.
Let Tom
bring back the aqua face masks.
We let them know.
No matter what they do, they got to bring back aqua face.
Yeah, the aqua face masks are a must.
Legit, I agree, man. Yeah, there's some there, and the marketability. I mean, all it is just more stuff to sell, new coloring. I mean, they can get on that, right? We're talking about
guys. We got ourselves a powerful ally here with the logo.
Well, see, they are listening to us, man. They know, like. Going back to when we did the food drives, when they called me and the Miami Dolphins Foundation found out about us, that's when all this blew up. We had raised, I think, Christmas 2020. I got a video from Jason Taylor. Somebody did me a favor, and I was shocked. Got this video. Jason's like, "Man, Danny, just awesome what you guys are doing. I rewatched it the other day. You've raised $24,000. This was just Christmas a year and a half ago, and we're at 210,000, almost 10 times that. So it really blew up from that moment on. If you think that we've raised right at $170,000 in a year and a half,
so freaking amazing to even.
And that's just that's nickel and diming, guys. It really is. There's no large donations. I think over time we've had 2 or 3 $500 donations and one single $1,000 donation. So that's literally 25 here, 50 here, 10. It's crazy. It really is.
And the fact
that being said, I'm gonna drop back out to let Chris bring in some other guests for you real quick, so we don't get too cluttered.
I want to bring everyone.
I just want to thank you again. Really appreciate meeting you. You guys do great work over there.
Oh man,
and keep it up.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the love. Really do.
Pleasure,
Thanks,
man.
Color.
Later, Color. I've got Sharif coming on here, and we got a couple more, and then I'll leave you. I'll let you get to it because I don't want to hold you up all night, Danny. And Danny.
Yeah, if I start dozing off here,
I don't want to hold you. I don't want to hold you hostage here. Yeah, I don't want to hold you hostage, man. So let's bring in Sharif. What's up, Sharif? Sharif lives in the Bahamas, by the way.
Oh, hey, Sharif, how are you?
Doing okay, man. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Johnson, and I'll get right to it. I appreciate your work, and I've listened to the contribution that you've made beyond sports, and that's what counts. But I have one question. How do you feel the Dolphins will do against the Buffalo Bills? Do you think it'll be a sweep? We'll split, and why?
Okay, that's an excellent question because we've been talking about it amongst our admin lately. I think I'm not sure how we do it, but I think it's a must, at least a split. This is the team. They became the Patriots. We're sitting here trying to figure out how to get by the Patriots, and the Bills blew by us. We have to split with them. We really do. We played in the second game well with them last year, but we weren't on their level. Last year we didn't have a team to compete. Our defense was compatible to them, but that's an exploding offense. Just to watch them against Kansas City, man, if you like football, that was crazy to watch. So now we've got, it's like I tell people, we've been putting this Ferrari together. We're just hoping we've got the right driver.
What a way to say it. I love that. We got a Ferrari. Do we have the right driver?
Yeah. And it's that we have to split with them. And now this schedule, man, some of these schedules, these releases, I don't throw a lot these leaks. I don't throw a lot into them. A couple of them had us finishing at New England and at Buffalo. Oh Lord, boy, you talking about a crucial one there. You better hope. And then I think the game before that would have been the home game against Green Bay as well. So just imagine that, Green Bay at home and then at New England, at Buffalo. You better have took care of business ahead of time.
I can't agree with you more, Danny. We got to come out of the gates hot. We got a hard schedule, man. We got to come out of the gates hot. Keeping the defense intact and getting this running game going is going to relieve a lot of pressure.
I do think we can beat Buffalo. I think that mystique is is kind of gone because let's not forget, we just went from a defensive-minded team that tried to shut people down and skate through with minimal points to a team that says, we're going to score on you. That's scary for any team.
Right.
We're going to come and score on you. And you've got to be ecstatic with all the youth coaches in the NFL. Look at what Cincinnati's done with theirs, even McDermott up in Buffalo. And now we've got our guy, and he's got weapons. So, yeah, we're going to be good, guys. To sit here and start the 11-6, 12-5, 13-4, I don't even want to go into that at all.
Well, from what
we are a playoff team. We are most definitely a playoff team this year. And those that aren't are saying we're not, especially in like ESPN, they're just covering their bases because until we do, they're right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so
that's giving them no reason to guess otherwise either.
Exactly. Exactly. On paper, man, we already look like that team. We look scary. Like I said, at the draft, the Bills said nothing to us, and we were loud.
You know what, too? You can tell the Bills, the Jets, the Patriots. Well, maybe not the Patriots because of how they draft, but the Bills and the Jets, they're drafting to counterbalance what the Dolphins are doing. And usually it's the other way around. We're drafting to zig on their zag for what their team's got. We're trying to figure out a way to neutralize Josh Allen, trying to figure out a way to neutralize Diggs. No, now they're worried about beefing up their secondary for the weapons we have. It's a good feeling. Sharif, you got anything else? Because I got two more people in the back.
I just want to touch on the scheduling. From my perspective, I think the scheduling gods has actually been nice to us, very nice, because everyone on that schedule does not know how to handle the defense, has not faced it yet, or we've already dominated. It's an argument there that the Buffalo Bills and Green Bay is second hardest on that schedule. Everybody else, you talk Detroit, San Francisco, Cincinnati, maybe the third hardest on that schedule. I'm not, you know me, I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm not a Tua fan. I just think that our team will not have problems with this schedule. And I'll let someone else get on. You guys take care.
Thank you so much, Sharif. Appreciate it, my guy. We'll see you later, bud. Yeah, he's on something there. There's.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at just our NFC opponents. You get the added San Francisco, and they're definitely in a rebuild. You get Green Bay and Minnesota, which are arguably the two best teams in that division. You get them at home.
Yes.
You get the worst ones that are both in rebuilds away.
Hopefully we get them early on, too, so they can sweat it,
Right.
That's what we're hoping for. All right, so I got Keith Byers coming up here next. What's up, Keith? Hi, Keith.
Thanks for having me on. It's Jordan. I just put Keith Byers.
What's up, Jordan? You're messing with me, bud. What's going on? Tony Pepperoni, a.k.a. Jordan. What's up, man? You got a...
Hey, Danny. You looking forward to having a good fullback on the team? We haven't had one since Rob Conrad and the aforementioned Keith Byers in the 90s. Right. I love the Dolphins of the 90s. I miss them. I mean, every year we used to go to the playoffs, and we just don't have that anymore.
Right. Well, the Adnet kid from the Raiders that's at fullback, that supports what McDaniel wants to do, and I think we've probably got the most solid tight end core in the league, guys. If you study anything and look around, all these guys are going to be coming out of the backfield as blockers in some of these run and pass schemes. Trust me. It's going to be exciting, and you're not going to want to. If you're at home watching the game, you're not going to want to go to the bathroom before a commercial break. It's going to be that kind of excitement. I really think so. And like you said, with the fullback, that the running game is what it's about, and we've not had that. We suffered through it at the end of Marino's career.
Not finding that balance for him.
Yeah. And so we've been chasing Ricky almost as long as we've been chasing Dan. And so to get somebody that can maybe, take a little bit less of what Ricky and Dan might have been, but more of them. I mean, look at that backfield. There is a lot of talent in that. And like I said, a couple of Super Bowl rings. If
Mhm.
Mostert's healthy, my gosh, we know what he can do. But his questions are the same as we have about Tua. Will he be
Yeah.
able to stay on the field?
I think schematically too, though, Danny, that just the push off, because in this outside zone blocking, the offensive line, even on passing downs, appear to be in a run blocking situation. They come flying off the ball in a direction, getting on the defense. That's the ideology on it. And there's space created for the number one running back in a lot of these plays, but also for Tua to keep the ball and have all this space to work with now giving him time to then dice you up. When you have fast guys like we've got, time is the defense's worst enemy. If Tua for some reason finds himself in the pocket longer than 3 seconds, now you're asking a lot from the defense to hold it down. And if Tua gets scrambling, now you look like how a lot of these quarterbacks
Well,
look.
Tua's not the only one scrambling. So's Waddle, so's Hill at that
That's
point.
what I'm saying.
So you're
That's what I'm
like,
saying.
oh my
If
God,
you get
who
it
you
to
cover?
where,
Yeah,
yes, that's my point. If he has to
Yeah.
then break out the pocket, and you're in
Exactly.
the 4-second range. Now there's no route to cover. You're just hoping to keep on Waddle. You're supposed to follow him around. He's not going to
And
catch a
isn't
ball
that
before Hill.
exactly what you see in Kansas City and
That's
Buffalo
exactly
at
my
times?
point. That's exactly my point.
Both cities, both of those offenses. I don't know how many times you see Josh Allen rolling around, moving around, and then boom, he just fires the strike to somebody that broke open.
Yeah,
Our guys are going to break open.
are you like, if you watch the receiver that catches the ball on some of these plays and you go, tell me the name of that route where he's doing all this? That's not a route. That's him finding a spot and open. It's too hard to cover.
Exactly.
What else you got, Jordan?
Not much. I just, I think I speak for everyone. Same with Danny. When I say it's been 22 years, I think, since we won a playoff game. I just really want to get in the playoffs and win a game, man.
Right.
Some relevance would be nice.
We're
starting such a storied organization. It still is in a way, but it wasn't that long ago. We were right up there with Pittsburgh and Green Bay. We were like top 3 or 4 when winning percentage.
We were like the best winning franchise in sports 25 years ago, man.
Yeah,
pretty much.
When they show that graphic up of contenders and Super Bowl hopefuls, it was every year the Dolphins. And as fans, when I was younger, it wasn't, hey, can we make it to the playoffs? Is this the year we're going to win the Super Bowl?
Of course.
And even though we would miss the playoffs the year before or got beat bad in the playoffs even in a year, we still went in the next year thinking Super Bowl, and so did everyone else because we won games like that. That type of change in feeling, I guess we didn't know how great it was because we know how much we miss it. That's for sure. And
it seems like teams too that are family owned, because back when we were still in the Robbie family, was when we were. I mean, look at Pittsburgh, look at San Francisco, look at some of these teams that are relevant every decade. I mean, every decade. That's what I'm saying.
Consistency.
Yeah, and I'm 57. I'm missing it. The younger generation don't even know what it's like.
Yeah.
So the city of Miami has put titles in every sport. They've even put a hockey team out there that's relevant. The Marlins have won 2 titles since we've won a Super Bowl. The Heat have won 4 or 5. It's coming, guys. That's what I'm saying. Miami is a city that is coming, and man, it may be closer than we think. It's kind of hard to want to believe it, but man, it's not been prettier on paper.
South Florida is real.
It's not been this pretty on paper in 25 years.
Well, all right, Keith Byers, aka Jordan, aka Tony Pepperoni. I'm gonna drop you back. I got Paul coming up here next.
Have a great one, Jordan.
Later, bud. Paul, what's going on, my guy? What's happening?
How y'all doing today?
Doing good. Paul.
Hey, I got some maybe y'all could think about. So the last 2 games that we've had at Buffalo for the last 2 seasons, what really broke the game out in both those games was we couldn't cover the slot receiver, Cole Beasley or McKenzie. and Nick Needham was the one trying to cover them, and he couldn't hang with them. So one of the key when I look at when I look at the secondary, who can cover the slot receiver and for the Bills, and the name that keeps popping up, who's got the speed and the agility, is Noah Igbenogany. So it's crazy to me to think that he is one of the keys to beating the Buffalo Bills. That, in my eyes.
Yeah,
What do you guys think about that? I know it's crazy to even think
You know
like
what,
that,
Paul?
but
I had no idea where you were going with it, and I gotta say, I like the way this man thinks, Danny. I don't know about you.
yeah, I
A
do too.
forgotten gem, first round.
Yeah,
pick.
because he was drafted at a position at the time when we thought X may be leaving. Let's not forget that.
That's right.
So we were kind of stuck, and we should have took the running back. We had 3 first-round picks. It was the third one we should have taken running. But anyway, great kid out of Auburn. We didn't even know how to utilize him because the position he was supposed to be filled didn't become vacant. So he was flying around most of the time. They were just trying to get him involved in plays, and he looked lost. Now you may have it now if they can pin him on the slot. Then
or even be in that money backer position, as because he put on a lot of weight last year. I haven't seen him a little bit this year, but I can only imagine him putting on some more. The pedigree, he was so young. I mean, I think we drafted him. He just turned 20 years old. He's only 22 now, going to be 23.
Yeah, real young kid.
Super young. We knew that there was some growth that was going to happen there. But now, and Paul, to add on your point, we have these secondary coaches that are in here. I don't know if you guys heard of them, but Sam and Pat.
Sam Madison.
The greats. These guys are going to be able to fine tune all of the skill set of everyone in the room. And I don't think anyone's going to I don't think we're going to see as much of growth out of anyone other than like we will see out of Noah Igbenogany. Hopefully. If we don't see him,
because
then I'll think I'll know it's bust, because I've got the most trusted eyes I could ask for as a Dolphins fan making that judgment at this point.
To me, the organization.
Go ahead, Danny.
No, yeah, I was just going to say that to restructure X, keep him on board. I was wondering what was going to happen with Ogba. I was really worried there, man. That was the key defensive keep.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's the sky's the limit over there, man. These guys have just gotten better the last 2 years, and adding pieces isn't going to hurt. This kid, we talked Channing Tindall from Georgia, man. He's gonna be in there. He is going to be in there playing. You can bet on that. I don't know what we'll do at the other linebacker positions. There's going to be there's always disappointment when roster cuts come, but we've made the right moves, man. We've made more right moves than we've made in any recent history. I know everybody had to be shocked, and then everybody gets greedy and wants Deebo Samuel too. Come on, let's not get crazy. We'll create a Deebo. That's what this coach will do.
I think it was a real possibility. In fact, from what I heard, it was about to happen. And then Kansas City got out in front of it and snaked them. They snaked them. Good for Kansas City. They moved off their guy, and Tyreek Hill's agent probably caught wind and made that deal happen, and he took that job. And that's why Deebo is so mad at this organization right now. He was all gung-ho to be a Miami Dolphin. And he might get one. Maybe he'll be on the team next year. Maybe that's where we put that future draft capital to just put together a super team. But for the time being, I think that you're right. They're better to, I don't want to say play it safe, because nothing's been safe, but they're better to hold on to the draft picks right now, play it out. Now, if a big injury happens, maybe something else can happen different. But the asking price from San Fran, they were getting greedy. Bro. I was hearing.
Yeah, we've already spent enough. We couldn't give away the farm. No, well, the whole thing was it worked because we kept the 2 picks in case Tua doesn't work out. This is the only reason that those 2 picks were still necessity. And I'm all for the kid. I wasn't a Tua fan. I'm not a fan of a left-handed football season. These guys play 99.9% since they're 6 years old in a right-handed game.
Mhm.
So I'm just hoping that it throws a left hook to the rest of the league somehow, and we can pull a Steve Young or a Ken Stabler, the only two lefties that have ever won the Super Bowl. So,
man, could you imagine some Steve Young status? Paul, I'm gonna give you the last question here. Go right ahead. You got a
All
last
right.
question for Danny? I'm not closing this show down, but I
The
want to let
second-
Danny get on.
All right. After Zach Thomas in the last 30 years, who is the best middle linebacker the Dolphins have had? I got my opinion, but what's yours? After Zach Thomas.
All right,
It's
in the
hard.
past, see, it gets. I'm a Brian Cox fan.
I was going to say Brian
always
Cox too.
been-
Yeah,
always been a big
Brian
Cox guy.
He never gets any love. Wait.
Yeah. Well, you know, he went
Polarizing
X-rated.
figures.
He went R-rated, X-rated a few times in some stadiums. Brian Cox is just a beast. Sean Wooden's a good friend of mine, and we've talked before about teammates. And Sean says, "Yeah, Brian Cox is the guy you want on your team."
Oh yeah,
He's the one you want.
You want him on your side of the fight. Yeah.
Yeah, I love
right,
Brian
Paul.
Cox.
When you go further back,
guys,
I'm a big John Offerdahl fan, man.
I was going to say that's the only other one I could think of off the top of my head is John Offerdahl. I mean, the Kang.
Good ones.
To me, and I'll get it on this. Zach Thomas is everything to me. He's the greatest Dolphin of all time to me because that's when I grew up watching the Dolphins. I'm not a big dude. I played football. I played middle linebacker. I played like Zach. I emulated his game. I knew I wasn't the biggest, fastest, or strongest, but I could hit you the hardest. I could sacrifice all life and limb on tackles to like Zach would and have that type of impact. So I love the way he just played the game and then how hard he worked. I mean, everyone knows now, which we didn't know then, that Zach had books and files filled with information on quarterbacks and offensive coordinators to make his game plan. And he would jump routes or do blitzes and they would go, "How'd you know that play?" And he'd go, "Well, this offensive coordinator 6 years ago that I had him did it when he had this quarterback. Now that he's the head coach, situational football, he remembers that." That's the type of player people can't even consider it. And he did all this himself, like he had his own notebooks, like he went to his notes. So Paul, I'm going to drop you in the back. Thanks for coming up here, bud. I'm not closing the show down. Just want to give Danny, again, tell everyone everything you can about T.P.P, the guys at TPP.com, on Facebook, Danny Johnson. Let them know.
Yeah, check us out on Facebook, The Positive Porpoise, and at thepositiveporpoise.com. You'll find all kinds of info about the whole team, charities, raffles, events coming up on the website. And right now, this month, we're doing foster kids charity for the Albert Wilson Foundation. Awesome. We've got a lot of cool items. There's some, I think, Jalen Waddle mini helmet, Xavier Howard mini helmet, Ricky Williams jersey, full-size helmet, just all kinds of cool stuff going on. So,
man, that's awesome. Danny, anytime, and I told Dolph Freaky this, told NorCal this, anytime you guys got stuff coming up that you want to get any extra eyes on or anything, let me know. Send it to me any way you can. Facebook, any of the lines of communication. If you get it to me, I'll put the banner up. I'll talk it up. I'll make sure people know about the date. If there's a signing, a giveaway, or something, let me know, man. I want to do my part. That's all.
I appreciate you, Chris.
Got anything? I just, that's all it is. I love the Dolphins. I love the community. And that's why I have this. And I got to get you back on again sometime, Danny. We'll have a good time, man. Thank you so much.
We'll have to do a preseason show or something when we get close.
Perfect, man. Yeah, we'll do one for sure, man. We'll do the full-on tailgate party. I'll break out the 101 and we'll get crazy as can get. You know what I'm saying?
Man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, Chris. Really enjoyed it.
Take it easy, Danny. Thank you so much, my guy. I'll see you later.
Fins up, guys.
Fins up, bud. Man, guys, again, grateful for Danny and T.P.P and all they do with the Dolphins organization. Shout out to the Dolphins meeting them halfway with all these types of, it's charitable stuff. The Dolphins are a class act in that way, as we know, and guys like Danny and the rest of them facilitate this. And shout out to us fans, meeting them halfway, making all this stuff happen. With that, I'm going to take the last hour or so of the show and get into the debauchery of the Fins Tailgate, as you guys know, El Capitan style. So I'll drop a link, maybe bring a couple people on, but I got some videos, got some nonsense, you know what it is. And guys, make sure, for real though, show up, T.P.P, let them know El Capitan sent you. TFTG and the T.P.P gonna something. I'll find out our song to write about it later. But let's get into some of the nonsense. Now, everybody already knows about the newest gripe on Twitter, and it is Throwgate. Can Tua actually throw to his weapon? And it, again, it's just shorts. Everyone's like, look, it's a duck. Tyreek had to stop, blah, 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 blah. Then the speculation of everything about, oh, can he do, Tua can't hit him on a route, this, that, a third. How do I even know Tyreek Hill wasn't just standing out there? How do I know he even ran off a route? I don't know. I don't know the circumstance. I didn't see where Tyreek was. What if he was just standing down there and Tua was just throwing it to him? Did he say hike and they were on the line of scrimmage? I don't know. Was he further down and came up? Is this a drill that they were practicing where he does, like, I don't know, it's a comeback, it's that pass interference drill. It's ridiculous, but it's how starved we are. It's the same argument with the golf. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a noise? Bear shit in the woods, yada, 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 whatever the hell it is. But everyone's talking about it. That's the ridiculous part. And here's Pat McAfee and his boys, what they had to say on it. And they showed the video. And I think his take is exactly where I sit on this nonsense. It's that nonsense.
Lamar Jackson throwing the ball to Sammy Watkins. Look at this. Great new connection. These two are going to crush it. Internet. What a terrible fucking ball from Lamar Jackson. Yeah. This guy can't throw a football. Oh my God, this guy stinks. They had to delete the tweet. Yeah. I mean, by the way, we did not say that about Lamar. We do not believe that about Lamar.
He's talking about the same circumstance with Lamar Jackson happened earlier with this whole thing. It's what Twitter's used for, essentially. Everybody knows that. It's what social media is. Everyone sits and hides behind their veil, and they're able to not have anything and just be this, not even a voice a lot of the times. At least people come and put their voice on. No, it's just letters and words making sentences of attacking, and people love to do it. It's, I don't know, feeds into the bad part of humanity, really. But this happened with Lamar Jackson. I remember when it happened. They took that tweet off, which is the worst thing you could do, almost, is take it away, because now everyone's like, ooh, what'd you take away? And it gets memory hold. It never goes anywhere. Everyone screenshot it and retweets it anyhow. Dolphins didn't take this off. I wanted to see if they did, and they didn't. And I saw it early on before, I think it was last night when I first saw it. And I was like, I did think immediately, I was like, oh, gosh. I saw Tyreek dip back for the ball, and I thought to myself, well, yeah, this is going to do what I think it's going to do. And here it is everywhere being talked about.
In any practice, there's going to be a ball that gets wobbled or dropped. That's something that happens at practice. We were just pointing out the fact that the Ravens social media team was like, boom, here's a fucking home run. We're going to put this out. Miami Dolphins did the same thing.
Miami.
Yeah, Tua talking to connecting with Tyreek Hill on a deep ball.
Yep,
it looks
here it is.
awesome. It sounds great in theory, but the internet immediately upon seeing this slow motion deep ball said, oh, Tyreek Hill had to come to a complete stop. Tua doesn't have a strong enough arm, and it's going to be a terrible relationship, just like everybody said about Tua's arm strength.
That's exactly what happened. It went and dissolved into immediate. Tua's a bum. He's got a weak arm and everything like that. I question his arm ability, things like that, like everyone should in some ways, because it's not like we've seen it. We've seen him throw plenty in college. There's been a couple plays in the NFL that are nice, but again, nothing where it's like you hit that big bomb strike in stride, everything like that. But I didn't even see where Tyreek was in this equation for him to come back. I don't even know, was Tyreek running full speed, half speed? What was he running on the route before? What drill were they working? But and also, like, the camera guys are catching mad shit for this too, which he ends up talking about it too. Pat McAfee show. These poor bastards, they're just trying to do their job. Now people are coming after them. Tuanon mentioned there's like the cameramen we're not talking about people needing to lose their job or be arrested, but and I get it's a joke, but damn, dude, like, it's just the vitriol is in endless supply around this football team and this quarterback for whatever reason. I will say this, Tua looking beefy. I don't like those pictures where people are like, oh, Tua's looking big, looking buff, and you can see him, and it's obvious someone went in and digitally made it look this way or something like that. The video is the best way to get a good feel. His legs look freaking big.
That's exactly what the internet said. Now, could that ball have slipped a little bit out of Tua's hands? Yes.
Sure.
Could he be throwing into a very, very strong wind that we don't see? Yes. Mm-hmm. Could they still be figuring it out? And that is literally the first one that Tyreek has run, and he doesn't know how far he needs to put it because Tyreek Hill is a different fucking animal. Yes, all these things could be the case. But as soon as you put this on the internet, and the conversation is already a little bit about whether or not Tua can keep up with Tyreek's strength, the internet's going to do their thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what the internet, Tua doesn't deserve. Tua's been through enough already.
Yes.
Dolphins social media team's going to figure that out. I feel like they're looking at their mentions. Oh, no.
So is this... Remember, everybody, conspiracy. Brian Flores fired everyone on the social media team. Brian Flores is now gone. The social media team was all hired by Brian Flores. Is there an agenda here? Maybe there is something happening here. Does the sabotage continue with the ghost of Brian Flores haunting the halls of the multimedia room of the Dolphins facility? Get at me in the comments, guys. Do you guys think that I'm onto something here, or am I just grasping at straws? I don't know. Is the multimedia team obviously all hired by Brian Flores because he fired them all when he got here? Is the ghost of Brian Flores haunting the multimedia room? I don't know.
How come nobody's like, this is going to be an electrifying new duo for at least the next 3 years? How come nobody's talking about the AFC East having the fastest motherfucker on earth? Maybe DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Oos. What you mean? I that's a definite fact. Fact is, Brian Flores got hired here. One of the first things he did was fire the multimedia team. So I know for a fact that they were hired during his tenure, and I didn't hear anything about him getting fired since he left. Maybe there's a little bit of Nah.
You're correct, Chris. That was reported in the news that Brian Flores, one of his first firings, was the digital communications director.
I know that, buddy. I know, Color. I remember.
Just fact checking there for you.
I found it to be very odd when it happened, and I also thought when it happened that, oh, this is how he controls the narrative because it's his people, and the media on Brian Flores was pretty good, if everyone remembers. Let me get back to the video. Oh, guys, before we do, make sure everyone is hitting the like button, guys. Hit that damn like button. What's going on in here? Also, guys, make sure you're checking out all the great content. Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays live at 9:30ish with color commentary on there with them. On Thursday nights, we got late night color commentary. You guys will be able to catch that out. This Saturday, which I don't have a banner or a thingy yet for it, gonna have color and Ali Da up in this and every other night of the week you can catch me, El Capitan, the Fins Tailgate. Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Help support the show, guys. You can also support the show by buying some gear through Fanatics. Be much appreciated, everyone supporting us. And TFTG gear in the link in the description. Help support the channel, everybody. We need your help. You know, donations are much appreciated. Shout out to everybody that's donated on Cash App. Shout out to everybody who's donated in Venmo. Shout out to everybody who donates in the super chat. We really appreciate it. Let's continue, guys.
$50,000 maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
At wide receiver down in Miami with an offensive guru at head coach who turned around every single offense he's ever been a part of. How come nobody's talking about that? They're just talking about his own. Well, that's because that's what Twitter is. Dumpy, how is this the first video we see of Tua and Tyreek? It can't happen. Can't happen.
As someone who lives and dies on the internet, this was very tough to watch with the rocket emoji, putting it out. I mean, come on.
That's the thing, and he's right. They put the rocket emoji, and, you know, really, I think what they wanted, the media teams out there, like, you know what, let's get a catch with Tua and Tyreek, you know, we'll sell it and stuff. Like, oh, look, Tua, Tyreek, rocket, everything like that. Wasn't the prettiest of spirals, wasn't the best of throws, and as far as...
I immediately regret this decision.
That's right, Color. They immediately regret it because the moment it was dropped, it was spun, diced, sliced, and reserved back in a ugly, ugly manner. Not good for the Dolphins optically. Ridiculousness, but this is where we find ourselves while we're waiting for tomorrow for the schedule release to come out.
Guys, what are we doing?
Now, with that being said, hey, ball wasn't on the ground.
It's a decent
Yeah.
ball.
Yeah, it was
As always.
Maybe
there.
he was open by 20 yards and he said, hey, I just got to get it to him.
Get in. By the way, if you remember Wasp,
Yeah, he
I
was.
think Wasp,
Yeah.
the play in the Super Bowl that Pat and Tyreek Hill called, I believe Tyreek came to a complete standstill. Now, granted, Patrick Mahomes is on a full sprint backwards.
Right.
And it ended up being like a 65 or 70-yard throw when it was all said and done. But Tyreek stopped, caught that, ran around, I think. If not, there's other examples of that. So this isn't the first time that Tyreek has had to stop for the quarterback throwing him the football, probably throughout his entire life. But I don't think that's the right first one.
Maybe they were working on the Carl Wentz, Joe Flacco special, you know, where you huck it up there and the receiver has to run back through the D-back.
Hey, Commanders fans, that is quite a delight from Carson Wentz.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, there's even Omar Kelly wrote an article on it even. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Here it is. Omar Kelly writes, after Dolphins video goes viral, is Tua's arm drawing too much criticism? So he says, shout out to Omar Kelly, Sun Sentinel. Support your local paper. You know, there's a problem when the team produce promotion for video meant for hype and the Dolphins fan base hopefully creates some buzz for the upcoming season, leads to infighting and mockery of the video from rival AFC teams.
It's my quarterback.
That was the predicament the Miami Dolphins found themselves in when the Miami Dolphins social media team posted video of Tua chucking a deep ball to Tyreek. The video slowed down for unknown reasons. Only one can speculate, which that's where people started speculating. They're slowing down and create conspiracy theories. But the punchline that Bills and Jets fans have feasted on is the fact that Hill had to stop and turn around to catch a 40 or so yard deep ball, clearly underthrown by his new quarterback.
Somebody's poisoned the water hole.
That's again. Let me read some of what they got going on here. And this was the highlight of the offseason practice. Is this the best the Dolphins can show? Nebraska Man 64 on Twitter's said about the video. I guess these are a bunch of tweets. Yeah, these are all in an actual game. It would likely be a bad thing. Bills own the East. Lots of people just talking smack on Twitter.
Hate us because they ain't us.
Exactly. They hate us because they ain't us. That's a great saying, okay?
Good work, Color. Way to fill in my thoughts where I'm trying to read something. Perfect. That was good for real. You know, I know there's been a lot of talk today and about it. Me personally, I don't really care. In fact, I'll peel another layer to the onion back, because that's what we do around here, and say, that's the tape they want you to see. Now what? That's the one they want you to have. That's the one we want you as Dolphin fans to see. Bills, Jets, Patriots, all of the AFC, all of the NFL for that fact. We want you to think that that's the case, when in fact, come live in game action, you got slept on. And thanks, shout out to Ian Baller throwing in the donation. Don't listen to the media, listen to Frank Smith. Ain't no lie. Again, maybe we throttle in these fools. Yeah, Jay, you know, Twitter, don't worry. It's not like they can't do nothing, bro. I mean, they can Twitter mob you and block you and stuff, but no one's showing up to your house. And if they do, I would recommend calling the police.
Get the man out!
Someone shows up to your house from Twitter because you had a Twitter beef, that's a dangerous individual, at least in their head. Maybe not so physically dangerous, but crazy. So yeah, maybe call it. I don't know. I have some other articles I was going to go into, some other buzz stuff, other videos. But you know what? I think I might save that for Friday, guys. I got all this stuff. I got all this stuff saved for Friday. I'm going to drop the link. Let's get on here, guys. Come in here and let's talk some Dolphins football. I got all these articles. I'll save them for Friday. Maybe I'll toss Color a few.
Hey, by the way, just to let everybody know, I'll be doing cleanup, like as always, on schedule talk for tomorrow. We already got it out, didn't we? I thought they were doing it Thursday.
What?
We got the schedule out, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I just showed. I just told everybody.
Yeah,
they're
why
gonna be
did you
doing it
say they were
Thursday.
going to do it Thursday?
No, I said you have color commentary on Thursday.
No, I'm saying the NFL said they were going to release it on the 12th.
Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday, Color.
I know. Don't we already have the schedule now?
I don't think so.
We only have. I got it. The only one we know for sure is the Thanksgiving.
Ali, what's good, homie?
What's up, Ali?
What's up, man? How's everybody doing?
Ready to go for Saturday, it looks like.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I got some stuff that you guys even haven't talked about yet.
What's up, Paul? What's going on, buddy?
What up? Not much.
So I'm going to make a statement real quick before we get going. I want to make.
Hold on, before you do, real quick. Shout out to Eddie with the $2 donation super chat. Let's go, Fins up, Eddie. Thank you so much, buddy. What were you gonna say, Ali?
So I'm going to make a comment about what you're talking about. That this video is nonsense. All right, this is the symptom of continued success that the Dolphins had from the 72 season and through the 80s and the mid 90s. Because of all that success and now going 22 some years since we've had a playoff win, however many years it's been, this is the symptom of what happens. You have...
Where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
You have divided fan bases. You have people complaining about the dumbest thing. Who says that Tyreek Hill is even running a route? He could have been out 30,
That's
40
what I
yards.
said. I said,
and
what
just
if he was
standing there
standing
and throwing
downfield?
Yeah,
What if he was standing downfield?
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know the circumstance of what was going on. That could have been, hey, let's try this. I want to see how far you can get it, so I know what my timing needs to be. You know what I mean? There's so many different scenarios, but everybody wants to bitch. And here's one thing I'm going to tell you that's fact. I guarantee it. All right, I guarantee it. And I don't need a crystal ball at all. It doesn't matter if we drafted Herbert. It doesn't matter if we drafted Burrow or whoever the guy was that we drafted as a QB. We'd be having the same darn argument that we're having right now. And I don't care what you say about Burrow being elite or anything, because I bet you any bad throw. Look, it's happening to Lamar Jackson. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I really feel we're going to have the same single arguments, because this is what's going to happen, right? If we traded up and got Burrow, everyone is going to be upset. Oh, why did we give up those draft picks to get this guy and he's not proven? If we got Herbert, you have everyone, oh, we should have gotten 2-0, and you're going to have a divide. There's going to be divide regardless.
Well, I got to push back there. I don't think anybody who's
Okay.
got Herbert thinks they should have got Tua. So,
Oh, I disagree. I think Herbert's a bust.
You think Herbert's a bust?
Yes, and I can prove it by if we can get videos.
I'm kind of with DA.
If somebody actually gets the videos and watch Herbert, he makes some of the dumbest mistakes
So
ever.
I will say this, Ali, that I didn't want Herbert over Tua, because I thought, for me personally, it was that those clutch moments, Herbert either A, makes an airhead move, or B, it's like that pressure moment he falters. And so I do agree with you there. But
and those are some of my arguments in game. Like, he does have moments.
There's not a Chargers fan that has Justin Herbert that goes, oh, Justin Herbert isn't the guy I wish I had Tua. There's not one. I don't think you can find one saying that.
I don't know, man. I'm just going to tell you right now, his numbers may be inflated in some areas, but I'm going to tell you right now, when you watch the game, under pressure, he flusters. At least Tua, and I'm going to be honest, I actually sat down and watched Ugly Do Wrong's video of the 26 best and worst throws, right? And I actually wasn't even paying attention to the throws. I was actually looking at what Tua's doing in the pocket. He has better awareness of what's going on. Some of his throws faltered because of what the offensive line did to him. And I'm not making excuses. Do understand that I'm not a 100% sold on Tua myself. I'm keeping it fair, because the truth is, look at what we're arguing about. Something we have no idea or anything.
Have fun storming the castle.
So that's what I'm saying. We're doing this over and over again. For what reason? What good does it do for the fan base? What good does it do for Tua? What does it good for anything? If anything, it just divides us more. That's basically my thought process.
Well, there's plenty of detractors on Tua in the fan base that feel we should have moved on from him. What good is that stance to take now for holding the team back? That I don't see good. Criticism, expectation, tempering. Okay, I can take those things. Saying, Dolphins eating Dolphins again, that ain't cool. But I think it always starts with, I mean, look, we pile on mac and cheese when we can, you know what I'm saying? Or go at Josh Allen if we can, or something like that.
True.
So we would like to poke and get at them. We don't even give the Jets attention at all, because we feel like we're so much better than them, and rightfully so.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
We try to keep that kind of into perspective. So what about you, Paul? What's going on?
Hey, what's up? No, I'm a truck driver. I'm just getting my truck fixed out here in Portland. I'm from Miami though. When I looked at Tua when we were drafting him, I didn't want him, and I definitely didn't want him at 5. But at 18, I was cool with it. So and to me, I think I'd rather have Tua than Justin Herbert too. And on top of that, I look at our defense. Our defense is built to beat the Chargers. Like and not intentionally, whatever. But they don't have speed on the outside. They have good receivers, obviously, but we have good corners. And we can lock them up. And
I beg to
remember
differ on the
in
receiver
Herbert's
part.
rookie year, we beat the crap out of them. That's cool. We beat the crap out of them when Herbert was a rookie and he came down to Miami. So I feel like we're very well matched against them. But I'd rather have Tua than Herbert as well.
I don't know. Him as a rookie is going to be different in year 3. I'll be interested to see what Justin Herbert looks like year 3. Justin Herbert. I will say this: our defense is built to beat offenses like the Chargers. Young offensive coordinators, young offensive-minded coaches, young offensive quarterbacks get tore up in this defense. And then limited quarterbacks get torn up in this defense. The problem with facing the Chargers this year's isn't their offense I'm worried about. It's their defense I'm worried about. That defense took a step forward with all the free agent signings they took. That'll be a good game. Chargers are going to be wow this year.
Yeah, they did.
They're going to be big time, big ordeal.
Yeah.
No, LA,
I
you
still
don't
have
think
Kansas
so?
City winning that division.
They have a stout defense. Don't get me wrong. I like their defense. Okay, but on the offensive side, I think Mike Williams is overrated.
I agree with you there. I think Mike Williams is overrated. I do too. I agree with that.
Yeah. I think
he's good, but I
overpaid.
wouldn't be. He's not like my number 1 wide receiver.
He's a good number 2. He's a
That's
good
right.
number 2. That's what I think. And the thing is that he's kind of like a one-trick pony, kind of. If you watch the plays that he maximized on, it's a similar play every time. Who else did they got over there? Their running game is pretty decent. I mean, it's pretty good. My thing is that I watched Herbert in the most important game, and he couldn't get the job done. And it seemed, and I've watched him in other big time games, and he flusters a lot under pressure. Now, can Tua do that? He's had a lot of big games. When he came in the second half for the Ravens game, that was a big game. What he did to the Rams in his rookie season, that was a big game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I love that. Now, listen, I don't want to. Lamar Jackson, who I hold in very high regard as a quarterback and as a pro athlete, MVP and stuff like that. But the Ravens were not the Ravens we're thinking of. Well, when coming in against the Dolphins, they were still perceived as the Ravens. But right after that, they never got it back together. They were terrible. That's how I stole this color from them after that game. They lost this color. We beat them so bad I took it off the dead carcass.
What was their record when they faced us? Wasn't it like 5-2?
Yeah, but do you know what
6-2, something like that?
I think from then on out, I think they only won three more games or something like that. They I know they lost like their last 7 games in a row. They took a beating. They were stricken by COVID, all kinds of stuff.
I hear you. But the fact is that he still showed up when it was important. Do you understand? I could argue that the Raiders were not anywhere as good as the Chargers, and they couldn't get the job done. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
Raiders went to the playoffs.
They did. But it was very lucky because I really felt on paper when you're looking at it in the paper sense, I felt like the Chargers should have won that game against the Raiders. You understand what I'm saying?
I know, but it isn't what happened. What's going on, Jordan? Herbert is not a bust.
How can you say that Herbert's a bust when he's put up the best numbers of any quarterback in the history of the NFL in the last 2 years? No quarterback coming into the league has put up these numbers in his first 2 years.
It's kind of funny too. Like, Ali, you realize you're taking all the maybes and projecting a high ceiling onto it, and taking all the maybes and projecting the bottom floor for Herbert. You realize that, right?
Oh, no. Actually, you got that wrong. If you've listened to every word that I just stated from the beginning of when I've come on, I have not projected the highest on Tua. What I told you is it doesn't matter which quarterback we would have drafted. We'd be still having these nonsense arguments. That's basically what I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And Tony
But I don't
Pepperoni
think so.
and Tony or Jordan, whichever you like to go by, I apologize. if you go back to the first rookie season with Herbert, his numbers were not all that much different than Tua's. And I'm not making that as an excuse. I'm not saying he's better or worse or whatever. All I'm telling you is I'm not sold on Herbert. I'm not sold on Tua, as I've stated before. And, I'm just trying to keep things fair. And in addition, I have my objections to Burrow. I think, in a sense, and this is just my own opinion, and you could say it's my feelings, but I'm going to tell you right now, without Jamar Chase, Burrow doesn't get to the Super Bowl.
You say that a lot about a lot of players. Without Marvin Harrison, would Peyton Manning have had that much success? You can say that with a lot of players.
Or Edgerrin James.
There you go.
I mean, everything is to that. I think the thing is this. I've seen Burrow uplift the talent on the field by his play. I've seen Herbert at least deliver to the talent on the field. And I've seen Tua take, really, as far as when he's had some of those wide receivers, also make a lot out of a little in that way. There's really, it's really going to be a better judgment this year of what Tua can do. If you want to measure weapons and things like that, the thing is injuries.
Yeah.
That's
the best ability is availability.
What's up, Bryson?
Hey, how's it going, man?
No,
man?
Living the dream, doing it right.
Oh yeah, I think it's hard to just to go back to like the Tua and Herbert, and I might have gotten late into the debate, whatever. It's kind of hard. I know we do it because Herbert was on the board and we picked Tua. But in my opinion, they're just two different quarterbacks. They just have two different play styles. And I mean, Herbert didn't do anything close to what Tua did in college. Now that means literally nothing because it's the pros, and college doesn't mean anything in the pros because it's just a different game. But I think for this scheme, a guy like Tua will do well. I'm not saying that Herbert wouldn't do well, but I mean, Tua's not a gunslinger, make a throw that you just look at and you're like, how is that possible? Now I've seen accuracy where I'm like, how did that dude just thread the needle? But like when you watch like a Josh Allen, a Justin Herbert, where it's just that big body athletic guy, that gunslinger, I mean, that's kind of like he obviously wasn't as good as those guys, but that was the same thing. Ryan Fitzpatrick, that dude just sling the ball. They're just two different scheme-esque quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, look at all Alabama quarterbacks. They've never run that. They've always run the smaller guy that gets it where he needs to get it, leans on his running backs and his O-line to get him to where he needs to be. Now, Tua hasn't shown us the Tuscaloosa Tua, as I like to call it. But that doesn't mean he can't, I definitely totally understand why people are definitely not
have their reservations.
Of course, yes, but again, he's a young kid playing one of the hardest positions in sports, not just football but sports. I mean, definitely in football. And he was in an organization that wasn't the most supportive of him. Now, I do think they did moves to support him. They just weren't the right moves, right? I mean, they clearly were trying to get Charlie Fry in there, which,
I think Charlie Fry was in over his head, and I think
exactly. I mean, that guy was a
I also think something too to add in on that. I think a lot of the guys started feeling like, who do I don't want to say blame, but how can they maneuver to not be blamed here on the offense? Everyone was in over their head, and there was no one was in charge with no vision.
We had no experience
Chris,
on this coaching staff.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Chris, I just popped in to say welcome back to Bryson. Appreciate you coming back.
What's up, Color? Thanks, man.
He was here the other night and hung a little bit after backstage.
Yeah, we had a great time.
Conversation, kind of got to know each other a little bit. Bryson's a great dude. And everything you see right here on the live panel is everything you get in real life. So I just want to say that, and thanks for coming back, bud.
Yeah, thanks, Color.
I have to agree. Let me just explain one thing though. My premise on why I think we'd have the same arguments is not just based on what I've seen over the past several years, but also, let's say the quarterback, the coaching staff corral, as I like to call it, happened the same exact way. We, in and out offensive coordinators, in and out staff constantly, turnover. Let's say the same thing played out. What's to say that those QBs that we're talking about, let it be Burrow, Herbert, or whoever, are going to have the same success as they've had?
Oh
You
yeah, you
understand what I'm
definitely have
saying?
yeah. I mean, if Herbert was in Miami, he wouldn't be rookie of the year. That's for sure. I mean,
I
Justin
don't think he.
Jefferson definitely was arguably the rookie of the year.
Or
But
even if Herbert
Mhm.
came here and Herbert could potentially be as good as he was, would Flores still act the same way wanting Deshaun Watson? Would that continue on? Would that scenario play out?
yeah,
I wonder.
that's interesting.
There's a parallel universe where all this has played out. You know what I'm saying? Like, where are
Yeah.
those circumstances? But the facts remain. The Dolphins have played with fire as far as sending a clear signal to Tua that this is your 1 year shot. There's no more nothing. I mean, every dime available has been put into making it outside of mortgaging the future, which I would err on not doing if they can help it, especially if this works out. Then they can really build for a long-term future that who knows what that looks like. Imagine if we're sitting here this time next year, San Francisco wins 6 games and they got a top 12 pick, and the Dolphins, went to the playoffs and we have answers, maybe, made some noise or something. We end up winning a total of 12 games, losing the second playoff game. We have all these picks, all this capital. Think of all the free agents that'll want to come here.
Oh yeah,
and
the roster's so set up,
set up money.
But the thing is, I want to say something. I liked what the guy you had on earlier that said
Danny Johnson.
Yes. That said we got a Ferrari. Let's just make sure we have the right driver, right? But the thing I thought about as soon as he said that, listen, if a Ferrari's facing a Toyota Camry, I don't care who's driving, the Ferrari's gonna win. You know what I'm saying? So
that's true.
But when you're
there is other Ferraris out there.
Of course, and that's what I was just gonna say.
Now, if we can just drag a McLaren in the garage right next to it, that'd be really nice.
Yeah, for sure. No, and I'm just saying,
Or
is
a Bugatti.
like there's a lot of quarterbacks that will do well, average quarterbacks that will do well with this roster. Now, the best case scenario for the Dolphins is that Tua does take that step, because like you just said, let's say the 49ers do go win 6 games and we got a top 10 pick with that. Now we're a couple players away from like owning this division. I mean, the Bills, they're about to start paying big bucks for Josh Allen. And players want to start getting paid too. If you're not look at Green Bay. Devontae Adams wants to get paid, was offered money, and he tried last year to go and win. They didn't win. And he's like, I'm out. I'm going to go get paid. You know what I'm saying? Players are going to do that. And it's hard to keep a roster together. I mean, look at the Chiefs. There's only 3 players on their roster that won the Super Bowl a few years back.
Oh yeah, that's typical. You know how that works.
No, exactly. But that's my thing is this is our time to take the division. I don't think we'll take it this year. I think we can make the Bills bleed, but that's the scariest team in my opinion in the league against us for us. Just because, I mean, the last few years we haven't beat them. But moving forward, I think you put faith in Tua and you just, hey, he's our guy. This is our QB1. And if it doesn't work out, let's talk about it in the off season, but next off season I'm talking. But right now, I mean, he's the pilot, right? Like we don't want to crash, and we got a roster to really do something. I mean, I think I could throw a couple touchdowns with that kind of roster. You know what I'm saying? Like it's pretty nasty. And look at what the 49ers do. It's not Jimmy G's not slinging that ball.
Well,
he's throwing it short down the field, and it's all that yak.
I'll give you this. This is a problem I have. And now, listen, there's this fine line where we could be in the playoffs, maybe even win a playoff game, but we still don't have our answer on Tua. That could even happen. Now, Tua might put up the numbers. It might be looking good.
Mm-hmm.
But as we know, if you can't, well, look at the 49ers right now. That's why they drafted another quarterback, not because they can't pay one and do it and get to where they're trying to go. I mean, shit, they just did it last year. It's can
Yeah,
he
I think
get
it
him?
was more
Can he get him
injuries though with
beyond that?
Jimmy. I think
I
it
don't
was
think
more
so. I think it's
injuries.
more. I mean, look at how they lost the game. It was put in Jimmy's hand to win it, and Jimmy had to start running around and make something happen. And he couldn't. Now,
For sure,
Tua's
but
young enough.
I mean, it's
Tua's young enough
still.
to do that, but is Tua going to be able to facilitate to
I
make
see what you're
sure?
saying. Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
do
It's
think.
still a question. There's a world where we do all the things we said and still move off Tua because that's what they think is the best decision.
Daddy, chill.
We might win a playoff game and Tua gets still off this team and they move on to another quarterback. And could you also imagine how much of a complete shock it would be? Because damn, you could probably get a hell of a trade back for Tua at that.
Yeah, dude, no one would.
I know what team he
and
would
I
go
love
to.
Tua. I
Carolina.
love Tua, but I don't think
That's
we'd get a
actually
second
right.
for him.
Yeah.
Carolina, you get you get a first round draft pick back for Tua, package it all together. Next thing you're getting
I
this
think it'd
guy.
be hard to get. I don't know, man. I love
Not
Tua,
at the
dude.
end
I
of
got a
that-
jersey. Like I'm a big Tua fan, but I really don't think like the market would.
Not
would
right
give me a
now. I'm talking
second.
at the end of next year. Still,
Yeah,
some
but why
time on a
move
rookie
off
contract.
someone that I don't know?
That's-
I don't
that's-
even want to talk about that, to be honest, man.
That's because the organization would make that determination that hey, we got here
For sure.
We got here
Yeah.
because of the team we built and the quarterback operated it. We could have been to the same goal, give or take a half a win or
I got you.
loss.
No,
if
no,
we
I
had
understand
just
what
an
you're saying.
average quarterback, we need someone that can elevate the talent and play up to it. That's something
Yeah.
to consider.
But
Tua's
if
got
you
big
get that
shoes to
kid,
walk in. Not
you
Phil,
get that
walk
kid from Bama that if he can stay on the field, that's a baller. You know, that's
I don't want. That's just recycling what we're doing now. I don't want the.
No,
new,
he's
I know
he's
everyone likes
talking
the
about Tua. He's talking about Tua staying on the field. That's what he's talking about.
They're talking about the
Yeah.
new Bama quarterback. I was like, no.
No. I'm saying if you get the Tua that was in college, because people forget when Tua's in college, dude, that was one of the best college quarterbacks.
Oh no, I
that's
remember.
played. You know,
That's why I was like him over Herbert.
Yeah, and I mean Herbert really they didn't really utilize him that well in college. That's why everyone was so shocked when he hit the league, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this guy's insane." But I think we're doing it right. I mean, if you look at everything that we're doing, like the O-line was a problem. We added not just any O-line, we added the best tackle available, you know, with Teron Armstead. You look at the running game. Our running game was trash last year, some to do with the O-line. We had 3 veteran running backs that fit this scheme. We redo the entire wide receiver room. I mean, and what Waddle's number 2 guy, or 1B, you could call him. I mean, I'm just really excited for this, and the coaching staff. I mean, our quarterback coach is Darrell Bevelev. That dude's coached Russell Wilson, Brett Favre.
His resume is really good.
It's crazy. I mean, if anybody can develop this kid, it's this coaching staff. So you're right, man. We'll find out this year. I'm a Tua fan, but I totally understand the like reserves on Tua, or like the I don't know the word, but like thinking he might not be the guy. My thing is just there's no excuses this year, regardless if he does good or doesn't do good. You know, I think there's no excuses. Every player needs a roster. Even if you're Aaron Rodgers, you need a roster. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna fall a little bit flat. I think more so than Kansas City, Green Bay is gonna feel the loss of Adams more.
Oh
than
yeah, that
Kansas
dude's the
City's
best
gonna
wide
feel the
receiver in
loss
the
of
league.
Ted.
Yeah.
For
sure.
Just for necessity too, and where the team sits and how they operate. I mean, they fed Tyreek Hill would take games over, but they fed Adams every game.
Yeah, no, he was a huge portion of their offense. Huge portion.
You know, I there's just an immense amount of expectation that has to be met by Tua, because when I say that, I mean, look no further than the Rams and the Niners right now. These are teams that had quarterbacks that could get the job done, but there's this elevation. There's that one click more. Now, I think Tua can operate this offense perfectly when it's humming, but can he elevate the people around it? And that's something to consider.
That's a really hard question. And the last 2 seasons, we were both a game away from the playoffs, right? So, and this roster's way better than what it was the last 2 seasons. So, and I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we didn't make it last year. Some Tua not being on the field, some, that Atlantis Falcons game, we were up and the defense took the fields. Don't know what happened, but anyways, I'm excited, man. I'm really happy for this team. I've grown up in South Florida. I've never been this excited for a season. I just hope it's not false hope.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the Dolphins definitely done that before, but it's gonna be a great year, man. I'm excited. I'm gonna fly in for a game too.
Oh, word up. Where are you at now, Bryson?
I live in Louisiana. I'm from West Palm Beach.
Oh, word up, dog.
Nice.
Me too. Born and raised West Palm Beach, dog.
Oh, really? Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, man.
Nice.
Forest Hill and Kirk.
Nice. Yeah, I'm out in the acreage, or I was out in the acreage. My family still lives out there.
Past Royal Palms and stuff.
Yeah. About like it's right down. We're actually right down Royal Palm Beach Boulevard.
Yeah. Before you get out of Loxahatchee and stuff.
Yeah, right before Loxahatchee. Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, go a little further west out to Seminole Pratt, make a right.
I know exactly, but been out there a bunch of times. Illegally hunting with my friends.
Oh,
Excuse
yeah.
me, I probably shouldn't have said that. But yeah, man. What's going on, Paul? You there, Paul?
Hey, have you talked about yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you talked about like where you rank Tua at in the league? Like what quarterback?
It's funny you say
The
that
rank-
because Jeff
like,
Creed.
I got him like
Nightly.
Jeff Creed says right here, anyone want to bet me $1,000 Tua will be a top 10 quarterback? Now, if Tua's a top 10 quarterback, we're killing it. We're in the playoffs. We're in AFC Championship game territory with that. I just need him to play top 15, from 10 to 15.
Agreed.
If I could see him do that and then win a couple of moments, I'll feel really good about everything.
Yeah. I got him like right now, this day, I got him like 18. And I could see him getting up to like 13 by the end of the season.
I would say at this moment, I would rank him at 20, 26,
Oh, no.
25, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah. That's at this
That
moment.
means he got Mac Jones ahead of him.
No, I
No
don't
way.
think
Mac
is a
Jones,
better
no way.
operating quarterback, but he's got to be in 20 to 25 right now, because when you don't play a full season of football and other quarterbacks do, I don't give a damn. You go to the end of the list when you don't play every game.
So who do you got in front of him? Like
I don't
back
know.
there?
I'm not gonna go through all of them, but I would say, yeah, maybe Mac Jones is ahead of him in this scenario because of the time he missed. It's incomplete stats. And I get it. People go, well, if you take all the stats from the first year to the second year, this is what it makes. I don't want to play copy and paste full year stats. I need a full friggin' year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you took the stats out of it and just what your eyes tell you.
My eyes tell me that there was a lot of meat left on the bone on the field out there. He missed bites plenty of times. And there's moments, there's drives, and then there's, I don't know what the hell he did on that play, along with everything. But I mean, that's a second year kid coming off injury. I can give him a lot of slack on that end. The problem is that situationally it was terrible all the way around. He came into an organization that has been on the streak of losing, that's gotten blown up. We're willing to take the shitty year one time. The next year we need some results to believe in. You know what I'm saying? And And in a lot
You
of
know,
ways, optically, or whether it was just optically or actuality or reality, the blame on losses fell more on Tua's shoulders in some instances that ended up where we were come the end of the year. Now, looking back
do
on
you
it,
blame him?
go ahead.
Do you blame him for that Falcons loss and the Jaguars loss? He had terrible picks in both, but
Yeah,
was it his fault? Because
I don't know, man. I would say probably more the Falcons loss than the Jaguars loss. I'd blame them.
yeah, that's fair. I mean, he did show heart though, but he came back.
Yeah, I think just in the Falcons loss, the one thing that I saw that would be good for the future is when he did throw those picks, he came back the next drive and answered. Which
that's some.
We don't want those picks, of course, right? But at least he's got that dog in him.
Yeah, Bryson. I never seen him not act like that. He's always been the bounce back type of guy.
Yeah.
Again, I can't. It's so hard to even go back and think of the games because now with all the information, I can't. Was it schematically just because of how Flores wanted to coach in his comfort zone is, and it looked like that in the flow of the game. We keep the game close, and as soon as we get out in front on points, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, we're trying to dial it back and clock manage and run the clock out and try not to get turnovers. It was like safe ball that always causes people to kick themselves in the end. Now, there was some games where Tua delivered in the fourth quarter, and here we are, and the defense just needs to make a stop. But by that time, the defense has played the whole damn game, and I can see why. Like you're like, dude, run the football some here. So then again, I got to err onto, okay, yeah, we need a touchdown to score, but we also need to understand clock management. We can't leave 5 minutes and 3 touchdowns to the opposing team on the clock. So that was bad coaching on Flores' end. It's a shared effort, but I can't help but in what I needed to see. It's why everyone, we all know you always watch the quarterback the most closest. And when I watched him, there was just bad throws. And I know people don't want to hear this, but there was bad throws, even completions. There was bad throws, a lot. And they were just, I hear a lot of this accurate. Yeah, okay, accurate, especially because of the window and everything like that. But still, it's not like superior accuracy where everything's perfectly ball placed. Yes, he got it to the guy, but a lot of bad ball placement, and then some of the throws were not good, especially that the game that really was the precipice of it is that Tennessee game. And so I try to take the worst and the best game out of it. And then I was still left with incomplete data. So all balled up with injuries, questions, inconsistencies. I got to defer.
What did you have him as? What did you have him as his best game of the year? Which one was that?
I think the Panthers game was his best game personally.
I may have to second that. That's what I was about to say, I think.
Yeah.
He almost threw a pick six that the guy dropped in that game.
It was definitely Gaskin's.
Or was that the Giants? That might have been the Giants. The first game of the year, he played good.
The Atlanta game, I do blame him for because he threw right after we had the momentum. He threw that pick, like just right to their defender.
Oh yeah,
it was not even like to a receiver. It was right to their defender instantaneously. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
Well, that's some of the inconsistencies that I was talking about.
Jaguars too. No receiver in the area.
Those are inconsistency things. Again, I also kind of chalked that to, all right, maybe, that's a rookie growth thing, stuff like that. Again, but the lopsided amount of pressure when, and I blame the organization. I feel like we were promised so much. And then when we weren't delivered, they're looking for someone to blame. and Flores is the guy that got blamed on the way out.
I got a conspiracy theory about all that.
Let's hear it.
So
I love
think,
a conspiracy. Bro.
how we didn't tank, but we tanked.
Yeah.
And the hype was tank for Tua.
Yeah.
I think they knew if they didn't draft Tua, it would have been a shit show.
Really?
I think people would have flipped over backwards, pitchforks at the walls. It would have been really bad. That's what I think. Because if you think about it, if you're questioning on who you should draft, even on draft day, that's a problem in its own. All right,
especially for a quarterback.
Yeah, especially for a quarterback, you should know if you have that high of a pick, you should know the top 2 quarterbacks you're going to draft, because it's either going to be Burrow if he's there, or it's going to be whoever the next person is. And the truth behind it is that I think they had a different plan and it didn't go to plan at all. And they backed themselves into a corner and they took who they thought would appease everybody. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
They also tried to trade up to get
That's
Burrow.
right. That's what I think the plan was all along. That's what I think.
On draft day and weeks before, being in Louisiana, I wanted Burrow, dude. I love Burrow. I'm still a huge fan of Joe Burrow.
Yeah, he was fun to watch, and his character would have worked so perfect in Miami too, bro.
For sure. And I still I like watching Burrow and Herbert. Like, I know that it's like the same draft class and all, but I'm under the impression that just because your guy's Tua, we didn't draft Herbert, doesn't mean I can't be happy for what Herbert's doing in his career. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that might sound bad, but
no, that's a football fan. I think of
head
Burrow.
to head, I'm gonna go with Tua. You know what I'm saying? Obviously.
But
Every
I'm
day
happy.
of the week.
I see what you mean, Bryce. To me, I'm kind of happy for Burrow and Cincinnati. That poor freaking city ain't had nothing to be happy. They went to the Super Bowl. I'm not happy that it wasn't me and my team. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. I'd way rather be there than them, of course. But that's not the situation we're in.
Yeah, we can be happy for other people from afar. Yeah.
And I'm also a big UFC fan too, where there's no real there's no teams, there's just fighters, so you can be happy for multiple fighters. So which there were some pretty good fights this last weekend. I don't know if you guys saw.
Yeah, there was.
Even though the Rams won, I was happy for Matt Stafford. He finally got the ring that he deserved after being with the Lions forever and a day.
Yeah,
I don't know. Something about the Rams win and the Bucks win. I don't know. It just feels.
I think it's because they've won more often. Like Bucks, they win every 20 years, but if you look at it, the Rams have won quite a few over the years. You know what I mean?
It's not just that. It was almost an inevitability the way they marketed it, the way it happened. It's almost it's almost typecasted in a way. And so when I kind of look at the Dolphins right now, where's the typecast sellability of it? And it looks pretty sellable and viable right now.
And there's also rumors that they don't have the biggest fan base in LA at all. It's not even close. The Rams, supposedly, from what I was watching and reading and stuff, the Rams fan base compared to the Chargers fan base is minimal.
I think it's the other way around.
Really?
Bro.
Yeah. I've heard the other way around.
Yeah. No. This is for people that live in LA, right?
Really?
No, I know.
Yes.
I have a close family friend that's in LA, and he's a Rams fan too, so there's bias there. But
in addition to it, they're saying that LA is made up of fan bases from all over.
That's right.
And because it's so massive, it seems to be not as
I would
big.
venture to say the biggest fan base in LA is the Raiders.
That is true. I do believe that too. I do believe that. In addition to it, they also said that if you go back and look at the Super Bowl parade that they have, it wasn't as impressive as other teams have had.
I decked my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
Love that movie.
Color, did you get that one on there? Did you put that on there, Color?
Well, earlier. Is that coming from me?
It's definitely not me.
So earlier you had mentioned somebody mentioned that we beat the Ravens.
Uh-huh.
And you had said oh well, they were
Not as
COVID,
good.
blah blah blah. And I was in the kitchen whipping up my Keurig machine, and when you said that, the first thought in my head was that scene, and I thought, COVID my ass, we nailed that son of a bitch. And then as soon as I thought that, I'm like, oh, I gotta get on it. I downloaded the video and clipped it. I'm like, I gotta put that in.
Nice, man. So you
Oh.
you got the clippings
Yeah.
down now, Color. So I'll be in for some surprises every now.
Chris, I got one for you too. So I want to give you a comment on what that little like conspiracy theory that you put out there before we came on about the digital media team and how they were hired by Flores.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to tell you you're onto something, but maybe not the exact way that you think. If you think about it, Flores couldn't put a coaching staff together whatsoever. Who's to say he could have hired the right digital team? So,
I mean, there's still,
so
they didn't
like,
get,
for
I didn't hear
example,
of the digital team getting fired.
That's what I'm saying. Who's to say they're actually good at their job? Obviously, the coaching staff sucks. So, who says the rest of the staff, does their job right?
Yeah, you're right, because they could be just as competent as offense as they have been for catching offense on the field. So maybe,
true. True.
Maybe it's Godsey running the camera.
Damn!
That's the real trick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's what it is. Y'all thought, but no.
Have you guys seen the picture of them asking for
I
applications?
put the new clip right under this one.
I feel the need for speed.
Miss Fins, that's racist. That is really racist.
White?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, you are kind of white.
So actually, it's a reflection of the computer. I'm actually more tan than anything else. You see me in real life and
Yeah,
you
but
come to
that's
a
a-
game.
Yeah,
I'm more
but that-
tan than you think.
But that's a north of Palm Beach County tan.
Maybe. But also Ali is also a Hawaiian name. Now let people know that. It's also a Native American name too.
Yeah, Cherokee.
Actually,
Hey, guess
yes,
what? Now
that is
guess
true.
what else it
Cherokee.
is now? All because of you. It's an American name.
That's true. That's true.
Look at that. Spreading American,
Add that one to the
America, the cultural appropriators of the world. That's
And I
all right.
was actually named after two prominent people in my life. Actually, one is my grandfather, and second, my parents were big fans of Muhammad Ali, so that's
nice.
also how I got my name.
You ever did any boxing?
There you go.
A little bit when I was a kid. My oldest daughter is actually training in Georgia for boxing.
Word.
One of my one of
She
my
resemble
really
anything like that?
This is something cool, and how we met was kind of interesting. One of my soccer friends, his wife's father, was Muhammad Ali's trainer.
No way.
Yes, and he has pictures with every famous boxer you can think of. He has
Wow.
a picture of Muhammad Ali holding his first son, like when he was
Wow.
baby, dude. It's like no
So
joke.
Ali, do I remember correctly? Were you in on the debate this morning about, or earlier today about,
I was in the comments and I said I am the greatest every time they were talking about Muhammad Ali. It was kind of funny. No. So
but I
here's
think
my
it was,
answer.
who was
to that.
it that they were? Was it Ali? We were deciding between him and Tyson.
Yes, I'm gonna go Ali all day long, and the reason is that Ali proved that you didn't have to be the brawler to actually win. Right?
Yeah, but
he proved- hold on.
Tyson
Hold on.
proved that he could take out any fighter, boxer, didn't matter because he was the brawler. It
Here's
all
the
didn't
point.
matter when he
Here's the
started.
point.
Started freaking.
I
throwing
just
them.
can't imagine anybody in the history of boxing matching Mike Tyson's hand speed. I just and his power out of that
veracity-
speed.
and the veracity of it. It's
Hand speed. Muhammad Ali holds the record, bro.
Yeah, but
He
maybe
holds
that's
the record
true. but-
fastest jab. He has the fastest jab in
It's not
the
just
history
about
of
how
boxing,
fast
bro.
your jab is. It's about how fast you can change angular momentum.
And nobody moved like
old,
Muhammad Ali did. Nobody in boxing has ever moved like Muhammad Ali did, and that's why Foreman, who was a brawler of his time, could not do it, and that's why he got
trust
gassed
you,
out.
because as
And
I
that's
said earlier-
exactly what he would have done to Tyson.
Well, I'll trust you, Ali, because as I said earlier, I was never fortunate enough to actually watch Ali fight live. So, in fairness, I have to put that out there.
Neither am I. I just watch a lot of old clips with my grandparents and stuff. But the truth behind it is that
It's me. I couldn't beat him on the game. That's what it was. I couldn't beat him on Mike
Yeah.
Tyson's punch out because his hands were so fast. I'll be honest.
I
with you.
just
I'm
can't
jealous.
understand.
I'm just like
to me,
jaded.
and this is no disrespect to Ali, who I still think is the greatest boxer ever. Okay, but you say you got to get in the cage with one or the other. I would rather take my chances with Muhammad Ali than take my chances with Mike Tyson, and that's how I make my assessment. I would rather fight Muhammad Ali because he would box and do all this other. First of all, he'd come out and knock me the hell out like Tyson would. But the fear of facing Ali versus to facing Tyson, there's no measurement. So that's how I make my assessment on Tyson versus Ali.
I understand what you're stating, but to me, Muhammad Ali did something that I don't see anymore. Like, you kind of see it, but
Israel
it's more...
Adesanya does what Ali does. He plays.
Was he able to knock you into next week with one of those jabs?
And he does that. Look, I
But
know
he
what
played
they're
the
doing.
mental game. He
That's
played
what
the
I'm saying.
mental
And
game.
the mental game by little boying them and talking and making me. I'm now your dad. I know this game. Never mind. Anyhow. I understand that.
Yeah.
But that to me, I could almost laugh at, even though I know I'm gonna get my ass beat. It's Mike Tyson, the unhinged maniac that might murder me in that ring. That would strike more fear as in being the greatest. That's all I could say is to the thought.
This is true.
It seemed like Mike Tyson could flick you with his middle finger and knock you.
No,
into
it just seems like Mike Tyson isn't gonna stop when the bell stops. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he ripped off Evander Holyfield's ear, dude. I mean, come on.
Even before that. Matter of fact, I would have faced that Mike Tyson versus
if you're coming from
in the prime. If we're talking about prime versus prime, Mike Tyson, when he was knocking out everyone at 19 years old, 20 years old, I don't want to see that kid. He's hungry. Didn't look like he talked. It looked like you couldn't even cut him. He was all just like a rocked out freaking boulder that just looked mean and he had death in his eyes. It was terrifying. And he talked about who and what he was, and that wasn't a look or an act. That's what I was. I would have killed you right then and there.
To quote the great Eddie Murphy. To quote the great Eddie Murphy, he looked like a bulldog.
Yes, he looked like a rabid bulldog that had the taste for human blood and was out for more. It's just, I'm just being real. As far as a fight and boxing and in the ring, that son of a bitch might take your life today. That's why they lost. That's why everyone got knocked out. Or probably half of them didn't get knocked out as much as they just got hit hard enough to fall and made a business decision to lay down and hope he didn't start stomping them while they were on their face.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about boxing in general, because to me, I think the sport
I did boxing a little bit.
Has died in my opinion. Not athlete wise. I mean, I think the athletes still are really focused on their sport and everything, but the truth is that if you think about it, fighting just isn't the same anymore. And I think it started somewhere when they started paying the losers or whoever loses the match almost as much money as the winner, and that's when I think it died.
To me, the entertainment value has driven into the floor.
That too. It's almost like you already know who's going to win.
With MMA.
You know what I mean?
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, I think
MMA
is
is
so
much more dynamic a sport to watch as a pugilistic sport that it's hard to go back to boxing. I'm not trying to be unfair to boxing. I love the sport.
Yeah.
I understand its intricacies and how how great a sport it is. It's just going back after watching MMA and the dynamics of it. It's hard.
I'll tell you the only problem with boxing, it's inconsistent. the fights between the fights you want to see take fucking years to happen. We should see these guys that are the top guys fighting once a year at least, in a couple of fights. I gotta wait for a fight 3 years. 3 years.
Yeah.
It's a problem. There's no competitiveness. It's diluted. It's slow, and it's I don't know what they got.
I mean,
do.
Ali, I haven't been, like, to Chris's point, I haven't been really excited about a fight since Michael Moore versus Holyfield.
No, the last fight I watched was when what's the Gypsy King when he won the belt from what's his name? The heavyweight champion
Deontay
right now is the
Wilder.
Gypsy King.
Yeah, Tyson
Wilder.
Fury.
When him and Wilder fought and it was round 2, that was the most excited I've been. And him knocking out Wilder and being the champ was it. But ever since then, every opponent he's had has been almost like they already know that the Gypsy King's gonna knock his ass out. Even the opponent's like, yeah, thanks for giving me the fight, Gypsy King. You know, I get to make a billions.
The last epic fight I ever watched, in my opinion, was Tyson versus Evander Holyfield. That was the last one. After that,
that the ear fight? Was that the ear?
That ear fight was.
I don't know.
That's something I was not expecting. Let me tell you.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. But I mean, I've seen. I don't know what's his name. There's been a couple of fighters, but that's the problem. You could see they
De La Hoya, Mayweather.
Yeah,
that was a good one. I take that back. That actually is a pretty decent fight that I saw in the last couple of years.
Oh,
but there's
and
a lot
was
of
that Foreman. There was that last Foreman fight too. I forget who he fought, but that
Who
was
did
a
he
good
fight?
one. Who's the last guy Foreman fought? Was it Lewis?
I don't know, man.
Don't know off the top of my
Again,
head.
this is the problem with
been Lennox
boxing.
Lewis.
There's a fight that people live on and talk about is like once in a friggin' decade. There's always like a good fight every decade, where it used to be there was fights that were good all the time. You know, it's just not consistent. They're not pumping it consistent, and really, it's a niche to be into. And it's kind of slipped into being like, I don't know, having either. Again, in Florida, very big sport. Any and all sports are big. Boxing's big, UFC's big, all that stuff. So there's a market for it all, but it's not dominating the way it once was.
Yeah, especially now that the UFC is just such a huge company. And I mean, they're putting on not every month, I would say, but every other month to every 3 months, there's a big championship fight.
It's kind of like baseball. Boxing now. It's internationally huge, but domestically we've outgrown it.
I'm also a young guy too, so MMA is just more appeasing to me, and I love MMA, so I'm definitely biased in that. So
yeah, I'm more game to the MMA, but you know what? Even MMA has kind of lost its role here as of recent. It's getting it back, but there was a time when they were trotting out the guys in their mid-30s fighting each other because they were the big names. All the young talent coming in wasn't good enough, and there was a lull. There was like a lull there, and it kind of like lost my interest. Conor McGregor comes around, it's great, but as soon as he hits his pinnacle, he's out the game. And now we're watching the Diaz brothers beat up everybody. You know what I'm saying? There was some good matchups here and there. But it seems like there's no consistency. It's not like Chuck Liddell hanging on to the championship for years. And what was the dude Silva? That was the heavyweight champion. That big dude. That son of a bitch was freaking heavyweight champion forever, dude. No.
Well, I think you're gonna have that now with Usman and Adesanya. I think.
By the way, that fight I was thinking of, Ali.
I think you're right, Bryson. About
was Holyfield versus Foreman.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Holyfield beat him. Holyfield beat him a couple, but then Foreman beat Morrison, and then beat Moorer for the title, and that was like he had come out of retirement to do like at 90 million years old.
Yeah.
What's happening, Miss Fins?
Miss Fins.
How you doing, guys?
Pretty good. How are you?
Off the rails.
Long time no hear. The timing ain't been right lately.
Yeah, it's been a little bit crazy, so just dealing with some personal stuff and extreme lack of sleep.
I'm sorry.
Don't I know it?
Hey, what do you guys think of Sonny Michel taking Ricky's number? I don't really like that.
I like it.
I didn't even know that till
I
right
like it as
now.
much as Craycraft taking 85 and Deadman taking 83.
Oh shoot, I didn't even know about that. Those.
I'll be honest with you, I don't like that off, but it's 91 either. To be honest.
I like it. I like it all. Out with the old, in with the new. And I loved Cameron Wake. Don't get me wrong. Ricky too. But you know what? It's time these guys take these jerseys and make them, I don't want to say make them their number, but honor it, make it work. Get some of that good juju off that number or something. I don't know. I've been seeing all these other guys without the number not doing good. Maybe 91 and 34 are numbers that they will do good in.
Yeah, and to that point, Ali, I happened to notice something when I looked at the roster. All of the purported top receivers on our roster right now, you know, the Cedric Wilsons, Tyreeks of the world, they're all in the teens. Every one of them is in the teens. Craycraft and Deadman are in the 80s, 85 and 83.
Interesting.
There he is right
Isn't
there,
it?
walking with the 34 right there. Is that
Yeah.
Eichenberg next to him?
No, that looks like Dieter, I think. No, maybe it is Eichenberg.
No, that is Eichenberg.
That's
74.
Eichenberg. Freaking
Yeah.
Eichenberg looking swole, huh?
Yeah, he is big.
He's looking
He's
jacked.
ready to move
Yeah,
some people.
I will say though, I grew up watching Ricky. Like that was my childhood is Ricky Williams. So like I mean, I don't mind if someone's wearing that number. I think 13 will be the only Dolphins number that like no one can wear.
Right.
But like,
Maybe
yeah,
99.
I'm cool with
Well,
them wearing it. It's just in my
99.
heart, Ricky will always be 34. You know, like that's I grew
Yeah, it's
up.
not
That
like
was my
Sony Michel's
Eichenberg,
gonna
not only
come in
does he
there and
look
take
stacked, but he
34.
No, I mean he's in a
also clean.
committee, right? We were
Yeah.
giving Ricky the ball 300 times a year.
Exactly,
So
exactly,
like
exactly.
this dude's probably gonna get like 8 to 10 touches a game with
Nah,
passing
he ain't even gonna
involved.
get that, bro. He'll be
I
lucky
mean,
to.
I'm talking about 8 to 10 touches between passing and running.
Oh, maybe.
We're talking
That's if he's the
about Sony Michel.
So that's lucky if he even gets the starting job. I wouldn't even say that. He'd be
Well, it's
lucky
gonna be a
get.
committee, man. It's gonna be. We're running a committee, so he'll be in there for pass blocking. He does really good pass blocking, and he's probably the best in between the tackles running back we have right now. I mean, Mostert and Edmonds aren't really that.
Where does
you know?
What was
Mike
that, Miss Finn?
Gesicki fit in this offense?
Honestly, bro,
doesn't.
he doesn't, and I can't believe he's. I mean, listen, I
Next
know
to the
why he's
keg.
on the team, but I guess on this offense he doesn't fit. But Mike McDaniel is running this offense, so maybe on his offense with this scheme, it's a perfect marriage. That's something I wonder. And I know Miss Finn.
Yeah, because
It's clean. It's cold. And that's what I call high quality H2O.
No, don't do my man like that.
You can thank Mike for that nice, clean, cold water.
Well, I think
Nice.
that's also why we probably franchise tag him too, to see how he does before we give him a contract. You know.
I really like. I guess him and Cedric Wilson will split time, or because if Smythe's got to be in there for running plays. I mean, Gesicki,
Well,
if
I
he's
can
in
tell
there,
you,
they
way
don't run the
back
ball.
Way back
that
when
might
Miss
change.
Finns went by a different name. Okay. She might remember me in some other chats, like TD's chat, talking about how if we roll, even when I was the most critical I've ever been at Tua, she can remember me always saying that if we roll with Tua, and that's what we do, we have to keep Gesicki because of his catch radius. And that's literally what we have Gesicki for. An insurance policy in case Tua can't improve with his ball placement. We've got guys with long arms like Mike Gesicki who have a really great catch radius and hands
But
like glue.
how many
Until he's in the end zone,
how many
he needs to catch a touchdown.
how many snaps is he gonna have, and where is he gonna line up?
Well,
It's
I mean,
weird.
that's a good question given what Durham Smythe and Adam Shaheen showed. I mean, Adam Shaheen in particular, you know, he's able to compartmentalize the pressure and do well in the red zone, I've noticed. But even Durham Smythe, I mean, with an improvement from mid 50 percentile in catch percentage to the mid 80s, it's hard to say where Gesicki fits in. I mean, I don't really mean to offend the
Hey,
guy.
Gesicki's got bigger guns. He's ready to block some people, not just on Twitter. Okay? So I'm just putting it out there. He's gotten much bigger, and you see how he's working. I'm telling you, you guys are gonna be more surprised about Gesicki than what you guys think. And I can't wait to see it.
But
Miss Fins, I'm with you. I'm a huge Gesicki fan. I think he'll work in this offense great. I mean, he works up the seam really well. He's a great pass catcher. His blocking isn't the greatest, but it's a lot better than his rookie year, that's for sure. And with actual coaching, I think they're gonna see how he does. And
if you put three wide, one tight end with Gesicki, it's basically just 4 wide with no tight end.
I think Gesicki's only saving grace is if they teach him how to block. If he can block, then he has a spot on this team. Yeah, I think Izukama can actually fill that role regarding the catch radius with his long arms and actually be much faster and more efficient in the offense. That's
the only
why
thing is, though, he's a rookie, though, so you can't put the weight that Gesicki held on a rookie, in my opinion. The kid's not Waddle.
You guys also forget too. One thing you can't teach or coach is playmaking abilities, and Gesicki is a playmaker. Hence why he's top 5 in that tight end position. Granted, I know a lot of people say he's a wide receiver, whatever. He might say he's a wide receiver, but right now on the roster, he is holding a tight end position. So as a tight end, he's top 5. But you cannot teach that playmaking ability, which is one of the reasons why I think they definitely kept him, because just like Color said, and I do remember Color saying this months ago, that if they were to keep Tua, they have to keep Gesicki because he is that blanket. There is no more of an bigger blanket than Gesicki, and plus the fact that they've been playing for the last 2 years as well. They have that.
And to be fair to Tua, that's a blanket for any quarterback, because what it allows them to do, you can look at it like this. What's the biggest key? Separation, right? Well, you could either have the speed to the level of Tyreek Hill to get you that separation, or you can have a guy with super long arms and a very large catch radius get you that separation. I mean, Gesicki, with his reach and the way he can stretch out and fingertip those balls in. How do you like that? Fingertip those balls, right? Yeah, the way he can do that. If you look at it on tape, that's almost adding like 3 or 4 yards of separation from him and the defender.
But I'm like what I'm trying to figure out is the lineup. All right, so Hill and Waddle, and then are we gonna have Gesicki or Wilson, or Gesicki and Wilson, or is it Gesicki and Smythe?
Remember,
where
we're
does
gonna
he
have
fit
so
in
many
this?
lineups. It's not gonna be the same.
Well,
thing
if Gesicki can acquire a
It
little
matters
bit
to
better
play.
blocking, here's the thing. I'll answer something else too. If he can really even become average blocking, then what it allows us to do is have 3 tight ends in the red zone that won't telegraph anything what we're doing. Same with the wide receivers we have. Same with the running backs we have. We're in a situation where every part of the locker room, nobody will be able to telegraph anything we're doing in the red zone, especially the red zone.
And
That's where it really matters.
you have to understand, they're going to be coming up with different packages for different players. So if Matt is going to be coming up with this genius offense, he's going to want to utilize, or at least
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Miss Fins. If we go in a 2 or 3 tight end set on the goal line, all 3 of which can catch a touchdown or block, or let's say we spread it. You got Cedric, you got a couple wide receivers, including Waddle on the line, and then you got either Edmonds, a pure running back, one of our good pure running backs, or you got a guy like Tyreek sitting in the backfield. I mean, what do they do in those situations? What does the defense do?
I agree with you, Color. I really like him in the multiple tight end.
Other than crash the line and try to get to the quarterback and disrupt.
I really like him in the multiple tight end set, but how often are we going to run multiple tight ends? Because then
Well,
it takes
that's gonna be,
our
that would be
receivers off the field.
Probably. I don't know, man. That's
it just
Mike
allows us
McDaniels
to
is a
use a
tight end
bunch
type of
or
guy.
spread formation in goal in red zone situations or goal line situations. That's really all it
I mean,
amounts.
how many teams have a fullback on their roster? You know.
Oh yeah, I mean we could pile on this
Well,
conversation,
yeah.
sure, Bryson. I mean,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a 22 personnel a lot.
How many times have you guys found yourself throughout the day forgetting about a particular player in any part of our locker room? Like, hey, we're talking about all these guys. Oh, what about Cedric Wilson? Forgot about him.
And Bowden. What about Bowden? I'm waiting for the
Dude,
double
Bowden's gonna
reverse
eat.
pass with
Bowden's gonna eat this year.
Those packages are coming.
Yeah,
And that's
same with the
linebackers. Real quick though. Yeah, another thing too, a lot of people, and I keep hearing this in multiple places. A lot of people, why do we have so many running backs? Why do we have so many wide receivers? I want to bring everybody back to last year, how we started this season with 11 or 12 wide receivers, and ended up having one that was consistent and a tight end that was consistent. So this is why we have so many pieces when it comes to wide receiver. And those players like Cedric, like Bowden, all these other players that we may not hear as much, they're there for a reason. They're there because we can't keep wide receivers on this roster that are healthy and playing consistently. So that's one of the main reasons why. So you'll hear those guys' name come up because injuries will happen.
And I'll add look at our running back to that. When we went into the draft, all of us were clamoring for linebackers. A lot of us were, and everybody that wasn't is perfectly fine with what we did with the linebackers. But I just did a count. We've got 11 we've got 10 linebackers signed right now. We haven't signed Good yet. He's not listed on the roster yet. But we've got 11 linebackers all of a sudden. And it's like you go back and look at the Ravens game, the way Van Ginkel played, and you're like, well, damn.
Yeah, no, you got.
I mean,
those were the three top ones: wide receivers, running back, and linebackers are the main ones that we really can't keep on the field. So that's why they loaded up, and they're gonna have to go for those spots.
And all our running backs are injury prone. I mean, Edmonds, Mostert, and Sony Michel have all had injury
Speaking of
problems,
Van Ginkel, there was a video that I saw today. He's looked like he bulked up himself as well.
He's been bulking up. He's been bulking up. He put on a lot of weight last year, and I see him this year.
Bigger than last year. Yeah,
well, that's what
it's going to be a fun camp, huh?
I think he slimmed down because he was
slimmed down?
thicker. Well, no, I think he toned up. I think he put on a lot of that weight last year, and now you're going to see him with the weight he put on, but now even faster because I think he slimmed it down, trimmed it.
Okay.
I want to see Holland cover the slot more because Needham, I love Needham, but he can't keep up with these shifty, fast receivers like McKenzie and Beasley off Buffalo. He can't keep up with them. So I think Holland. Earlier I mentioned Igbenogany, but I'm thinking Holland is the one to do that.
No, it can't. Nickel was our best slot, our best nickel corner last year.
Where did Beasley go anyway? Because he left Buffalo.
Yeah.
Cole Beasley, you're saying?
I don't remember.
Beasley
I don't know where he went, but
McKenzie.
Cole Beasley.
I don't think he's gone anywhere. I think
Cole Beasley and
not yet.
He's still free agent.
The McKenzie and Beasley is what Buffalo was beating us by 7 or 10. But when they would start giving the ball to that slot receiver over and over and over, the game just got out of hand. And it was Needham who kept getting beat. And most of the games, Needham is really good, but against Buffalo, he gets destroyed.
Yeah, but I think that's more to blame on our linebacking unit because I'll tell you what, nickel guys out of that nickel are coming across the slot position and picking you apart. That's going to happen. You got to give that up. You can't take Holland from top down into the box like that. Now you're exposing your top end to get burned. You got to remember they still have Diggs on the team. You're going to have to give them something in that instance. How you make them pay is you catch that football. Now you got Tyndall, you take his head off. Now he's thinking about
No. No what?
perfectly
Something like that.
Perfectly put. It's gonna happen. It's football. They're gonna score some points too. But that's how you neutralize guys like that. Because those little shifty small guys, that's what it is. You know, I mean, you got Wes Welker, all those. It is what it is. They're gonna get theirs because they're gonna scheme it up, and you're gonna have to.
You know what I'm excited for though? I want to see what Tyndall is going to be doing for our defense. Mostly because, and I don't know if you guys caught the show this morning or tonight on TD, that our way to the Super Bowl is through the division, and Tyndall, I feel like, is going to play a huge role in taking care of Buffalo QB. What's his name again? He's
But
so
Miss
irrelevant, I
Fins-
forgot.
but Miss Fins, that's all going to hinge
Oh,
upon
Bone
the
Allen. There you
the
go.
deepest question about Tyndall and Good.
Left side. Strong side.
100%.
God, every time you put that, it just reminds me of that movie. I just want to cry again. Okay, so stop.
Sorry.
It's a great movie. But seriously,
How do you
I feel
guys
like
feel
that-
about our offensive line?
Center is still a question mark for
Because
me.
I don't see our. Okay, but not only center, we got Austin. You forgot about Austin Jackson. He's going to right tackle, that's what they say.
We don't know that yet.
And
They're
Terran
gonna try him out
Armstead
there.
doesn't.
Here's the other part of it.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
besides him, who would it be?
I mean, the thing is, right, is like
All right, so and
these guys have intangibles. I mean, Mike McDaniels was saying multiple times that the 49ers that have always developed a great O-line were looking at Eichenberg and Jackson and these guys in the draft. So these guys have not been properly developed. They haven't had good coaches, nor have they had a veteran to learn off of. Jesse Davis is not the veteran you want to learn from. So now they have a top three, in my opinion, the second best tackle in the game, Tron Armstead, Trent Williams being the best. In the game, teaching these guys with the good O-line, and our offensive coordinator is an O-line coach, which is one of the reasons why Teron Armstead is here, is because of Frank Smith helping these guys and teaching these guys. I mean, it's a long road for sure to develop these players, but O-line is a tough position. It's a very versatile position where you could be killing it all game, and just 2 plays, now you've had a trash game. You know what I'm saying?
In addition,
I love.
Go ahead, Paul.
Chris.
Go ahead,
I
Paul.
love.
Let me know because I want to talk about
I
him
love.
too.
I love the Terran Armstead signing, but let's look at him. He plays about 11, 12 games a year. So there's going to be 5 to 6 games where we're going to see Liam Eichenberg over there at left tackle. So we're going to have a lineup of Eichenberg, Connor, Dieter, our right guard, and then Austin Jackson.
So I'm saying offensive line by committee. Offensive line by committee. We're gonna rotate
Dallas.
Austin Jackson. That's exactly right, like Dallas. Austin Jackson is gonna be the ixo facto rotation 6th man. It's gonna be Eichenberg as the right tackle. It's gonna be Hunt as the right guard. Dieter as the center. Now I do agree that we could use a rotation guy in for the center inside guy, but you know who that's gonna be? That's gonna be Kinley. That's who that's gonna be. Watch out. And even Danny Johnson said that. And after you, Ali, I want to hear from Miss Fins. Go ahead, Ali.
Definitely. So the other thing is you also have to think about is that Austin Jackson in college played a very similar scheme than what we're going to be running here, which he was very successful at. Furthermore, you also, speaking of the scheme, you have to think about it. They're going to be playing something different than what, other offenses on other teams have played. Even Teron Armstead, he likes to run block rather than, pass block. He likes to hit people. So
all offensive linemen love this scheme.
Yeah.
But
so
it's wear and tear on them too.
It can be. You're absolutely right. But I think what you're saying with the whole committee thing, it is correct. It can give Teron Armstead a break here and there when he needs it. You know what I mean? It can allow us to kind of hold back a little bit when it comes to making sure we get through the season healthy. I do think that Teron Armstead is going to surprise a lot of people, though. I think he's going to be in for more than 11 games this season.
Miss
That's my own
Finch.
opinion.
Oh, thank you. As the the one thing that I will say, I fully expect hold on.
I'm gonna throw
Sorry,
it to
emergency room real quick. Give me a second here. So, as far
yeah.
as the
Go ahead.
coaches we have, I fully expect to develop these linemen. Now that they're second year and third year, they're gonna really. What I'm hoping is for them to actually figure out their natural ability, what they're good at, and where can we place them. I do have to agree though. Be Toronto on the left, as tackle, as sorry, what is did I say left? Yes, Connor as left guard, Dieter as center. Now I know that we drafted what was that kid that we drafted as a lineman? I think it was a tackle, but another lineman as a backup for center, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Eichenberg, you're talking about?
No,
Oh,
no,
you're,
not
you're talking about the
He's talking about the
undrafted guy.
undrafted free agent. Yeah.
undrafted guy. My bad, undrafted center. I'm hoping that he can be a good backup. I'm not gonna lie, because we need a backup center. We don't even have one like legitimate. And as far as the right side, I definitely expect Austin Kinley and Liam Eichenberg kind of battle for that right tackle position. And I still feel like Hunt should only be our right guard. Period. So that's what I see for the actual O-line.
I think when you look at the unit in a whole over the last few years, even guys like Roberts, who got snaps at the end of the season at right tackle, all have good upside. And with the coaches we brought in, sprinkle in veteran talent like Teron Armstead and Connor Williams, we're gonna figure it out.
They're gonna
You
make
know?
another signing too. We still have money for this year too.
Maybe
They're gonna
I don't know.
probably bring in a veteran. In my opinion, I could be wrong. I'm just some random Joe
Oh, for
Schmo.
center,
But
you mean? For center?
for center or the right side, but I would say more center.
I would think more center.
And I mean, we still haven't even got to camp too. I'm sure they're going to see this Ty Clary. That's the center that they signed from Arkansas. See how he does. But I will say, with Frank Smith's background of the O line being our OC and having a legit staff, like I'm gonna have a little bit more faith in their process in the camp and give them time to evaluate these players and coach them up a little bit. I mean, that's the whole point of the preseason program.
100%.
That's cool. And
What's up, Jordan?
I
What's up, guys?
It's good, man. I haven't heard you.
Well, it's waiting to be invited in.
Well, you've been in, doggy. What's good?
I know.
What do you say about the offensive line?
What I've been consistent and steadfast in saying, I just want a center. They don't want the union. He was a former Treader was former head of the players union. Okay. They don't want him apparently now because of that.
That's not true. They've made an offer to him twice. He's rejected us.
You know what?
Well,
I like where Jordan's coming from there.
I said it's being reported. No one really fucking knows what's going on in the locker room and the GM. We don't know, but I'm reading they're not that keen on him because he was the former head player of the union. That's what it is. And that I'm thinking maybe they won't get him. Maybe they'll get Paratus or someone else.
You know what, too? I think they want Dieter to be starting center, and they're not looking for a starting center. They want a backup. Hopefully they can figure someone already in the building. All else fails, and they think that they need to get a treader, maybe, but I don't think they're even like. Would I want them? Yes, but
here's the question: if they don't bring in a center, who are they going to bring in? They're going to bring in another player. Who are they going to bring in? Greer knows if you don't go to the playoffs, he's fired this year. Okay, he probably has to win a game in the playoffs too, or he's fired. So he's not going to just, put that $18 million towards next year. He's going to spend some.
The team could win 6 games this year, and Chris Greer wouldn't get fired.
He's also said he wants some money during the season because in the past a player would come up where he'd get cut or they'd want to trade for a player and they wouldn't have the money. So I do think they're going to try to keep some money just in case one of these veterans with an injury or something, they can go pick some guy up mid-season.
Or if they feel like they're marching their way into the playoffs and someone goes down with an injury,
like the OBJ, exactly, like what happened with the Rams.
So that's $5-6 mil. So we still got money, and he should spend it soon.
I think they're also waiting until June 2nd to see what happens. Who knows? Somebody could surprisingly get cut. You never know.
I like what Thomas is saying here in chat too. Kellen Deesh as a backup center, the kid from Arizona. That would be interesting.
Yeah. Isn't he the one with the really high grade from the Pac-12?
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's the one that everyone can't believe. Everyone can't believe that he fell out of the draft, and the Dolphins gave him, I think, $130,000 guaranteed when they signed him.
Yeah,
that would be pretty good. You know what? Listen. That's the kind of scouting Chris Greer makes happen too. That kind of stuff finds those hidden gems, a la Nick Needham.
So what I'm getting is you guys expect Jackson and Eichenberg to be way better than they were last year.
I think they'll take a step. I don't know about way better. I think they'll take a step.
I think one of them will be.
All right. That's cool. I hope so.
You got to remember, listen to this. Okay, providing everyone's healthy, they're going to have Ingold there to protect Tua as the fullback. They're going to have the tight end that's going to chip off to help Eichenberg. I think Eichenberg is going to win it. Eichenberg's not stupid. He went to Notre Dame. I mean,
and Sony.
Well, Sony can block too. Good. That's a good point. Okay, I think they'll run a lot of the plays that protect Tua, at least early on, until they're convinced that Eichenberg. I don't think Jackson beats Eichenberg out, but they'll have to be convinced that Eichenberg or Jackson, if he does win, is stable on the right side, as in right tackle.
I don't sleep on any of these offensive linemen because, again, like I said, all of them have starting NFL games underneath their belt, and none of them have been in the league longer than 3 years. You know what I'm saying? They're all super young. They've all got good upside, and even the undrafted guys like Roberts has good tape on the NFL in a starting role. So everyone's got an open shot. To me, the only person who has a solidified job, what the hell is his first name? He played right tackle.
Robert Jones?
Robert Jones. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, Robert Jones. Excuse me. I'm totally blanking out here. I'm getting it because we were calling him Roberts on the right with Robert Hunt and Robert Jones. We're calling him Roberts on the right.
Cool.
Yeah.
What position does Greg Little play?
He also plays tackle. He came in as a left tackle, and they're projecting him as a right tackle. And remember, it was Greg Little at the hockey game with the team.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, again, we have an abundance of good talent in the units that we struggled with the most last year. You know what I'm saying? Depth at wide receiver looks pretty good right now. Running back looks good. Offensive line. But come after camp, somebody could go down. We're playing the numbers game. I'm interested to see the rookie mini camp because there's a lot of guys we would hope that could get a shot, like the Verona McKinney III, or
I like him.
For me, the UM guy, I'm blanking on his name, the defensive end right now. It's getting late. But a lot of these guys might not even make practice squad because of how many veterans they brought in.
DeAndre Johnson.
Thank you, DeAndre Johnson. I had it on the tip of my tongue too. Guys are gonna churn off, and we're gonna be. I mean, we might see people we didn't like. Trill Williams might not make this team, and we thought he would be accounting for something. Just because they might opt to go less in one area, take a shot in riding with the 53-man roster by keeping more offensive linemen on it, more running backs on it, more wide receivers on it, and less DBs, and then churn the bottom of the 7th, 8th DBs for practice squad over the vast amount of talent that's left over after the purge, we'll say, of 53-man roster. And I think that's something they're going to do, where we did the exact opposite last year with Flores. We kept more defenders than offensive guys, letting guys go to practice squad that got picked up by other teams. Prince, it happened with Prince that was playing on Cincinnati in the Super Bowl. Just observation. You see us probably on our 53-man roster. There's going to be and Danny Johnson, shout out T.P.P, was just on the show with us earlier. He said he thinks they're going to keep 3 quarterbacks, and maybe they do, because that would be crazy on the 53 for the final cut. How crazy would that be?
Yeah, because we got a lot of positions that have a lot of players. I mean,
well, if there's 3 quarterbacks, and then you got the kicker, the
That's
punter,
kinda old school.
and the snapper, that's 6.
I mean, I think they're going to have 4 backs on the roster, personally, especially with how injury they are. That's just me personally, though.
I don't know, man. Like,
And
You just
they're
can't
gonna
put
have to make some.
Go ahead. I'm
It's gonna be
sorry. Go ahead.
interesting, man.
Yeah,
They're gonna have
you
to make
just
some
can't
tough
put it-
cuts at receiver.
I was talking about
Go
that
ahead.
last night on a panel. I don't know, man. I think Preston's gone, personally. I mean,
I don't know. I think they're going to keep more wide receivers.
But what is it, 6 or 7, right? Like, 7's heavy.
7's heavy, but
And if you take 6, I mean,
7
name them off.
Debbie.
we didn't we use 9 or 10 different
And
wide
that's only
receivers
one
last
letter
year?
away from heaven.
Didn't we
Yeah,
use
but-
9 or 10 different wide receivers last year? I think it
Yes,
was?
but they weren't all on the 53 at a time, you know?
I know that, but I'm saying, like, who do they think that they can stand to lose? Because you got to kind of assume that after the 53-man roster, somebody we value this much, the Dolphins
sure.
got to go. If we put them, trying to get them on practice squad, is another
Yeah.
team going to take them? And they're going to be more inclined to keep more wide receivers and let Trill Williams try to squeeze by on waiver wire.
Oh, I agree.
Than they would
Yeah.
like even Craycraft or Red or somebody like that. Trent Sherfield, maybe they'll value over. Everything's going to lean towards the offense. They're going to keep
I agree. Yeah.
extra lineman versus an extra linebacker.
I agree. Yeah. But yeah, that wide
What
receiver
do you-
is very interesting.
What do you feel? What do you feel about our interior defensive line with Wilkins and Raekwon Davis? Mostly Wilkins. Like I don't see him as a star. Like I don't think like it would. I know he's gonna be on the team this year and probably in the future, but I don't see him as like a guy that we have to have.
Wilkins will get
Yeah.
whenever he does sign his contract, it'll be $100+ million deal. Mark my words.
But why?
Because he's a
I don't
first
get
round
it.
draft pick. He's always gotten better every year. He pads the stats by hitting every stat sheet. His snap count's pretty good. He's healthy. He's an off the field leader. Class act in every which way. As far as the company man NFL football player, you couldn't ask for much more. And he did the team the solid. Whether it's the Dolphins that pay him or the next team, he's going to get it. Mark my words.
I thought he had a
But
great year last
like compared to his peers, compared to other interior defensive linemen, Is he stacked up there like as a like over $100 million? That means you're an A player, right? Like you're.
I think when see, and it's better to say D lineman because I would think he's more of a D end, inside defensive tackle / D end rather than playing that zero tech, right up over the nose like that. And he's not really built for that either. But he's multiple. That's the thing. That's why they like him. He's multiple. He does the gritty work at as high of a level. Do I value him for that kind of money? No, I don't personally. But they get paid that money all the time. And I don't know if he'll stay on the team. Now, if he gives the team a sweetheart deal and is very flexible and they know he's a Dolphin company man where he could be a Dolphin forever and they can play around with that contract for years to come, they can work out the long game, and that might be something I could see.
Yeah, I have no problem with him being on the team. I love him as a player, but I'm not like he's not a guy that is like I have to have him.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, like it's to me, it's that's a Christian Wilkins is a Chris Greer perfected mold of what he wants in an athlete and a company man and an employee in an everything. That's what I feel like it'll be.
Yeah. That's cool.
Are you guys concerned with tight end at all? Like, I understand that we have Gesicki, but let's say I want to rely on his blocking. That leaves us Derwin Smith and Hunt, and I think we have Shaheen on this on our roster still.
I'm not concerned in the slightest.
So you think we'll just roll with those three besides Gesicki, and you're okay with it?
Yeah, I think
it's
they're
not
gonna
just
roll.
those three. We got Gesicki, we got
And then they're gonna
Durham
roll
Smythe, we
6.
got Adam Shaheen, we got what's the other guy's name? Hunt. Yeah, is it Hunt?
Okay.
Or Hunter Long. I'm sorry, Hunter Long.
Yeah, I think they're gonna roll 6 with the fullback tight end room.
Okay, so it's going to be a fullback tight end combination. Okay,
That's
I
heavy
see what you're
too,
saying.
man. Whew.
I know, but that's
Yeah.
the
It's like what
scheme-
position we taking. I just want to see like when we get to camp, how they start breaking it down from like the 90 to what's the next breakdown, like 82 or something.
Yeah, it's
Like-
gonna be a real brutal breakdown every
Oh,
time. Yeah, it really is.
No, wait. Didn't they change the rules so now when they break down, they don't have to do it until the last week of the preseason anyway?
No,
I
I
don't
think
know.
they
I
got to
thought
do
they
it
did it where you
earlier
have to-
now.
They have to do it earlier?
Yes,
Let
I
me
think
check
you have
that.
to do it. I think they have to do it earlier now, so all these guys aren't left holding the bag on the teams, and the teams can get things in order, and they're not scrambling the week before football starts. If I recall correctly, I think they changed it. But in this scheme, this zone blocking scheme, they're gonna need those type of guys. That's why I think the receiving the tight end room, fullback room will probably have 6 guys. And Ethan Carter's the guy I'm looking at.
I forgot about Hunter Long.
Yeah, we've got Ethan Carter's the sneaky guy that might be the surprise make it onto the team because of his
Yeah, forgot about
versatility.
him too. I was just
Special
gonna look at the
teamer.
roster because I knew there was somebody I was forgetting, Chris.
Yep. Yeah, special teamer misfins, but like pass catcher, tight end, fullback, and special teamer, like that's a guy, and the cheap money too. Like that's a guy
Yeah,
hard
it's
to cut.
versatile.
That's a guy hard to cut.
Exactly, and you really want somebody that's versatile because with all these different schemes and packages that McDaniel's gonna want to run, he's gonna want somebody like that he can use as a gadget. That maybe perhaps the other teams are scheming against our main guys, but they may not know that. Oh, we have a few plays with these other guys, and you don't know what's happening.
He's also backing up like 3 different roles, not necessarily 3 different positions, but 3 different roles, 2 different positions, and having a role all to his own that someone else would fill if he wasn't in there. So like the inline blocking tight end that Durham Smythe is, he's backing that up. The fullback position for Alec Ingold, he's backing that up. The special team guy, that's his own role that he has to fill. He's a hard guy to replace. Now, will they break those snaps in that role up under different people? Maybe, but that's how we'll have to see it shake out. They might go one heavier on wide receiver because they think that, okay, Eric Ikuzama can take the special team snaps, and they might go, Durham Smythe is going to take the fullback backup role, and they might keep, I don't know, somebody else, an extra lineman or something. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how they break this down, because the trench play hinges also on that extra, strong side, weak side color. Too late, but that type of scheming, that kind of thing. Yeah, that one on the offensive
Sorry,
side.
bro, you caught me with my glasses off. I was blind. I couldn't see it. I heard it coming too. I'm like, hurry up.
Where do you
Drop
see
what you're
our?
doing.
What's up, Paul?
Are you excited for like what? Are you optimistic about what we're gonna be this year? Like, is the sky the limit, or what's? What are you thinking?
Playoffs is a must. I think I wouldn't call it a certainty because nothing's certain.
Where's crypto when you need him?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Other than utter flop or a bad break with some injuries, I can't, on paper anyhow, I can't see us not getting in. And also in the parity of the NFL, our chances are better of getting in too. There's a few teams that don't make it in that made it last year. And I'm looking at teams like the Raiders. I'm looking at teams like the Steelers. These types of teams probably
Mitchell Trubisky's the starter. They're not. Pittsburgh won't have good success.
Our schedule looks pretty favorable too.
I disagree with that, but
I think so.
Then again, you never know. Injuries befall other teams as well. They could, one bad injury and their whole deal. I mean, Herbert goes down for the Chargers, their whole season's derailed, I mean, look at the Panthers.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey went down and their season's derailed,
I think at this point of the year we have to look at everybody at full strength, and like how many wins do you think we'll have at every team full strength? Obviously,
Vegas
says
we won't
possible.
have more than 8 wins.
That's the over under is 8.
8.5 is the over under.
Oh, I'd take the over on that.
See that.
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah.
See, I think
I'm
they're
about
going
to
by
go
what
find
the
that
media
line
is
right
saying.
now.
I think
they're
they're
find that right now.
I think they're basing it off of what the media is stating, and the media, because they don't know any better, because they need to see it before they can believe it.
Yeah, but Ali, Vegas doesn't let the media control them, and this is what's surprising
Vegas
to me
don't
about
give a shit about
well,
media. They care
this is
about
what's
money.
surprising to me about the number is that if you even look at it from an analytical standpoint and just base like all things being equal, okay, we went 10-6, we went 9-8.
Back-to-back
season. Tua performed exactly how he did the last 2 years, how could we not have at least 9 wins?
It's true.
I'm guessing they're thinking our schedule is a little stronger.
Line.
See, but then if you go look at the ranking of our schedule, it doesn't
okay.
look
So
that
I guess we're saying that Vegas is basically discounting a win because of Mike McDaniel's inexperience as head coach.
I guess
that's what you would chalk that up as. So it really what the bet is, you're not betting whether Miami gets over 8 wins there. You're betting whether Mike McDaniel can't get more than 8 wins as a rookie head coach, because everything else is equal, except that we added talent to our roster. So how could we not have more than 9 wins?
Mm-hmm.
They're basically saying it's
when I
until
was
proven
looking at
otherwise, the Dolphins haven't changed very much. But for everyone who has to think of it objectively, and I try to take myself out of the bias of being a Dolphins fan, it's going to be hard to know what you're going to get out of these new Dolphins offense. We don't know Tua. I'll say this. We don't know a fully healthy Tua. I don't think we've seen an NFL fully healthy Tua at all. I don't think he's been, maybe week 1 of last season was the only time we've ever seen him fully healthy. Other than that, I can't say for certain whether he's been fully healthy, because after week 2, he took that shot in Buffalo and hurt his ribs. All bets are off. So we'll see a fully healthy at least again for week 1 again. And if we can see it consistently, better judgment. But a real implemented offense, a bevy of weapons that I haven't seen any quarterback have on the Dolphins. So I got to have that. And I'll make that in my evaluation of Tua as well. What that might give him better numbers, but I got to hold that against him. He's getting better weapons than I've ever seen any quarterback ever have on my team. I can't say that if Tannehill had this, what would he have looked like? Now I can speculate because I know Tannehill. It would be better if he didn't have Tyreek Hill and had a more of a running back Tyreek Hill type. You know what I'm saying as far as value goes. But my point is, continue. Go ahead. I don't even.
I don't think you can hold it against him though, because that's the GM's job, is to build a team around whoever the quarterback is. You know?
I immediately regret this decision.
Very good color. Very good color. Very good.
I totally understand what you're saying, is that you're going to question if, like, with the tools around him, like, wait, well, I know you said it earlier, like, couldn't another average quarterback do this?
You know, and I know CC in the comments is trolling everybody, and it drives everyone crazy. And I know it.
I love CC. He's been fair. He's never been personal. He's just.
I don't know. CC toes the line of getting at people.
Maybe, but
I get it. I know CC trolls some people.
He just gives what they get.
Nah, he comes in here picking the fight sometimes too. I see, but we do need to just have a better evaluation of it, and you know, I could. If I was rolling out Tua out of this equation, rolling out with Teddy Bridgewater, I would feel the same sort of optimism, and I would give it the same expectation. If he can make that more, that's when I'll have it. It's not the numbers. I mean, it is, but it's not what I'm looking for. It's that dog, that fucking special moment, that it factor, that awe that you're like, oh yeah, he's freaking torching these fools right now. Ain't no one can do nothing. Duck on water, V formation, a million insert analogy metaphor here. You know, you'll know it when you see it, and everyone else will too. They'll be like, oh shit, look at this guy. Watch out now.
Over a season's length, I would take Tua over Teddy. But if you ask me, you have one game, who do you want to start for this one game, Tua or Teddy? It's a tough question.
Yeah, right now it is.
I'd take Tua personally.
You had to win one game.
To win one game, yeah. I mean, Tua does have the best. I mean, I know we are all going to get it. Oh, it's not a cute quarterback stat, but we win with Tua. We have a winning record with Tua at quarterback.
Yeah. I like Teddy for a 3-4 game stretch, and that's about it. But as the whole season, I don't want Teddy to be the starter.
You know, I like Teddy as much as the next person, but I know what Teddy is. And when Teddy had...
It's my quarterback.
And when Teddy had his moments, he got injured. He faltered. Now, do I think he could get him again? But that's how life is. You get you get very few moments. You don't get so many second chances. And this is Tua's second chance, too, if you guys think about it. You know, in some ways. Actually, might even be his third or fourth. Who knows? But he's never going to get a better shot to showcase all he can become or have. But
crazy take.
Well, yeah, let's give a crazy take and let's start closing this down. But before we do, Alik, and I'll let you crazy take it. Everybody watching, make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're coming and catching all the shows here on the channel. Talk 7 TMI Tuesday live at 9. Right after that, we got color commentary coming on. Then, I mean,
official sponsor of Fanatics.
Color, is that you flicking it? What's going on here?
Trying to help you, bro.
No, I got that, dude. It's messing me up, jumping me too fast. I didn't know what was going on. Fanatics in a link, Cash App, Venmo, TFTG, support the channel. Check out all the shows. Final thoughts, Ali.
So my final thoughts are, well, my crazy take first, real quick. Do you think that Teddy Bridgewater, let's say there's some quarterback needy team that their starting quarterback got injured, and our team, we're sitting really good, Tua's, doing really well. Do you think we could use him as a trade piece? As in Teddy, like, could we use Teddy as a trade piece?
Absolutely not.
So you think no matter what, we're keeping Teddy all the way through the end of the season?
Let me put it to you this way, Ali.
Okay.
Teddy's there to make sure that Tua, since he's so injury prone, we can actually win some games if he goes down. So there's no way on earth we're gonna leave it to Skylar Thomas or Thompson, whatever his last name is.
No.
Yeah, I totally agree. We need a great backup because like we're all saying, right? Like this roster is built to win. So if Tua does go down, which history has shown there's pretty big potential in that, we want to still go to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tua's like our QB1, but like we're all Dolphin fans at the end of the day. We want to win games with or without Tua.
I'll put it to you this way: he is our Nick Folk. If Tua's Wentz, then Teddy is our Nick Folk.
Okay.
So
I was trying to get your perspective on it. But my final thoughts are, going back to what we originally started with this conversation, I think the nitpicking his throw is just nonsense. I think that we just need to be patient until preseason and see what it looks like on the field and then make our judgments. But that's my final thought. Can't wait to see everybody on Saturday, by the way.
Oh, man. Well, Ali, yep, can't wait to. It's going to be great. Roll the show out. It's going to be exciting. Glad you hopped on. We'll see you Saturday, Ali.
Yep, look forward to it, bud.
Tony Pepperoni.
Hi, you guys. I don't really have much to say. Just
Fins up then?
yeah, CFL's starting soon.
Ooh, Jordan, keep us in the loop, bro.
I think training camps are set to commence like this week. Moss would know. He's out in Saskatchewan. Moss.
I know. Most is the.
He's out in the prairies. He's a prairie boy.
Yeah. I might be moonlighting with Moss, doing some of the CFL talk when he covers games. So I'm still trying to pick a team. I'm kind of partial to Montreal, but I don't want to be an Alouette. So I was thinking maybe Toronto, but I really like Saskatchewan's mascot. I mean, the Rough Riders, man. I mean, mount up, fins up. You know what I mean? It's all good. So you might see me become
I thought
Rough
you'd be
Riders
a BC
fan.
Lions guy because of Cameron Wake.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, is there anybody real quick on that, Most and Jordan? Is there anybody in the CFL that looks to be the next guy that might make the transition coming up? Or
full disclosure, I don't watch the CFL as much as I used to. I just don't. Okay.
Do you think the product has taken a dip recently or something?
I just like. I just like the NFL. I don't watch even baseball as much as I used to. I just basically watch NFL. That's my sport.
Yeah, I hear you, dog. Me too. You know, I used to be big on UFC. I'm getting more in on it lately. But yeah, it's NFL.
Like I could
It's
honestly, Chris, I could be in Miami. You give me a ticket to the Formula One, and I wouldn't go. I don't want to watch that. Does that make me like antisocial or something?
No, not really.
Maybe, but maybe not. If you were given a ticket, you should go, especially because those tickets were $1,000 a ticket.
Well,
I
I'd
would
probably
recommend-
sell it. Sorry, I'd probably sell it because I need the money.
Well, see, now that's different. You need some money, and where you would spend your money, and you're willing to only spend your money on things because of that, and the NFL is going to get it. Then I feel
Chris,
that, dog.
If I'm down in South Florida, okay,
yeah,
and I'm like at an Airbnb or whatever, I
Yeah.
invite you guys over. Would you
Yeah.
call like the SPCA and I'm cooking iguanas?
No, what are you talking about? You're allowed to eat them. You're allowed to kill them indiscriminately, bro.
I know. I'm joking. I'm just
Tony's
fucking with
Tony's
you.
been dying to try one of those iguanas ever since he heard about tree chickens, man.
Dude, Tony, I very well may send you some. You know, I'll cut off a couple of tails. I'll get a freezer box. I'll ship it up like
I was telling Color, I can't. I think I told you that I can't believe how big they are.
Oh, bro, they're
I'm researching.
Oh
this.
yeah,
I'm
they're
like,
Galapagos
holy
size, man. They're
fuck.
real deal iguanas.
Oh yeah. Peace out.
All right, later, brother. Paul, man, thanks for hopping in here tonight, buddy. You're a trucker, I see. You know, we appreciate the truckers in
Yeah.
the trucking industry. My brother-in-law is a trucker himself. He's going to be actually starting up his own trucking company here in the future. So stick around, Paul. Maybe, you know, they might hook it up. You know what I'm saying?
We also got Trucker Sean that comes around every now and then
Yep,
too.
Trucker Sean, friend of the show. So
Yeah,
there's plenty
it's
of truckers.
cool. Yeah, because when I'm driving, I can just listen to y'all.
That's awesome, bro. It's good.
Yeah, so it's cool. Yeah, I just wanted to. I caught your show about a few weeks ago, so I'm fairly new to you.
Oh, word
and
up, buddy.
Thank you for inviting me, and I'll
You're
stay
always
tuned.
welcome, man.
All right, thank you, Color. All right, guys. I'll have a good night. I'm
All
out
right,
here in
Paul.
Portland, so it's not as late as you. So
Well, you know what? Tonk 7 is out over that way. He's our show on Tuesday, Tonk TMI Tuesdays, Tonk 7. You'll catch him probably next Tuesday. He's up. He used to be over in Portland. He's over in Seattle now, but he knows that area well. So we'll see you next time.
All right, cool. No, I live in Miami. I'm just out here delivering stuff.
Yeah, I hear you, doggy.
All right.
I'm just saying, don't everywhere. We're all everywhere, man. So we're there
Heck
with
yeah.
you, Paul. We'll see you next time, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Later. Bryson.
What's up?
What's
Yeah,
good?
man.
What's good?
So I just want to say thanks for having us. I'm pretty new to the show as well. I found you guys probably a couple weeks ago, and then I hopped in Thursday night with Color last week, and that was super fun. We had a great time.
Color told me about it the next day. He's like, man, new guy to the show, Bryson. He was pretty cool. We talked about
Yeah,
it.
it was
So,
super
he's let me
fun,
know.
man.
Yeah, he told me, Bryson. It was cool.
Yeah, it's a great time, and it's funny you guys are from West Palm too. So
Oh, yeah. Rocking
yeah,
the
I just want to say
561, dog.
for sure, man. And I just, like I live here in Louisiana, so there's not much Dolphin fans around. So it's just good kind of like get in here. This is not nearly it's not toxic at all like spaces are. And so and with that, my final thought would say like, when you're ever on Twitter or, you're on some panel or in chat here, just remember at the end of the day, we're all on the same team, like we all want the same thing, which is to win games. We all have different ideas how to get there, but at the end of the day, it's not our decision. We're just fans. But of course we're passionate. So just understand that like let's give this team, the opportunity to prove themselves or fail, and support them the best way we can. And also be for here with each other. Like this is a great community. I've met some really good people. Being a fan, and I'm really excited too. Hopefully I can come over and if you guys are ever tailgating at the games, I'll come hang out and we can all meet in person. But yeah, man, I just want to say thanks and appreciate you having me. I'll be here more often.
All right, Bryson, take it easy, man.
Hey,
we'll
have
see
a good
you around
night.
next time, man. Easy.
Thanks, Bryson.
Miss Fins.
How you doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
You doing a morning show?
Yes, I am.
Well, you know what? We're excited, man. I'm usually trying to. I hop in there every now and again. Everybody, Miss Fins, check her out on her channel, Miss Fins. You guys can find her, and sometimes she's popping in on the mornings, which is nice. Seen you on TD earlier before when I was trying to do some prep work for Danny coming on, Danny Johnson. Shout out Danny T.P.P. Go
Yeah,
check it
so
out.
I got a glimpse of that. That was pretty awesome that you were able to get him there.
Yeah, man. Danny's such a cool dude. That whole TPP ordeal. It's more of like, we're creating and doing content, and they are too, but it's almost like a movement that they've done, all that stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's next level. I'm not gonna lie.
It really is. It's next level, Miss Fins, like it's next level. Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
I agree. No, but honestly, I mean, yes, I've been doing consistently, and I've made that commitment this entire week. I'll have my 8 o'clock morning show from 8 to 9. So if you guys want to catch me over there at Miss Fins, youtube.com/Miss Fins. Super easy, super simple. And I'm also going to be doing some interviews. So El Capitan, I will be calling you color too to come on.
Good.
Because
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
you guys
sounds
are pretty
great, Miss
awesome.
Fins.
So I definitely expect you guys to come over and share all your wealth and knowledge too, as well as I will be doing a football 101 series as well. So I'm actually excited for that. Yeah. It's a lot of work for that one. Not gonna
I'd be
lie.
quite interested in that one.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good, Miss Fins. To keep us posted. Keep us in the loop.
We appreciate all the support you give us consistently, always shouting us out, making sure everybody likes and shares. We really do appreciate that a lot, Miss Fins. And it doesn't go
You guys are
unnoticed.
awesome. You guys have always supported me, and it was pretty nice finding you guys and really getting to know all of you guys too. So
Absolutely. Always
take
welcome.
it easy, Miss Fins. Later.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye. Everybody make sure to go check out Miss Fins. Real quick, Color, before I hit the outro music and stuff. And guys, make sure to check out Color tomorrow on Color Commentary. I see the tis fit we're having in the chat. CC, I took away the wrench because same reason I took away the wrench from Q. I can't have you silencing people. You're in here picking fights and calling names at everybody. And if he calls you Solomon Kinley and you time him out, that ain't what the wrench is for. Now, if they come in and they start doing racist stuff or hate, you guys bicker amongst each other like a bunch of little schoolgirls fighting in chat with each other the whole show. That's fine. I'm cool with it. But you can't time people out. Can't abuse the wrench. That's all, dog. I mean, look, I let you literally write Tua sucks and bicker at Q and everyone else the entire show. Don't stop you. But I can't have you timing people out. So I'll give you the wrench back tomorrow. No big deal. But it is what it is. Anyhow, everybody, make sure to hit the like, subscribe, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter. Come over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Holler at your boy. We'll see you guys next time.